It's gonna be totally, totally fine. Hi everyone, welcome. Um, welcome to my channel. My name is Queso Cactus. Tonight we are doing a Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition one shot. Uh, this is a Halloween spooky vibe for level threes, and we're gonna do a quick introduction of who's playing tonight and who they're playing as. Also, thank you for that gifted sub, Sir Square. And I have all sound alerts turned off just for the continuity of the game. We do have two s- Dungeons and Dragons specific redeems tonight, which is advantage and disadvantage, respectively. But we'll go ahead and start with introductions, and we're going to start with Beanie.
Hi, I'm King Beanie. I'm playing the Druid Circle of Land, specifically Swamp, known as Setanta Calavera. Um, I really didn't think of anything else.
That's all you need. That's all you need. Mizzy, what have you got for us?
Hi. Hi, peeps. I'm Mizzy Cat. I am playing a half elf bard named Ilaria Borun, who is a lore bard and is kind of a chaos gremlin. But she also just wants all of the knowledge for herself all of the time, forever.
We love to hear it. And then our last player tonight is Tim.
Hello, I'm Tim Foolery with an underscore after it. I am playing a Dragonborn Paladin. I named him Agathor. That's all I really got.
That is perfect. So guys, just as a general rule for how we're going to run this stream, don't boss around the players. And don't tell me I'm wrong. And everything should be fine. This, are you guys ready? Do you need anything before we start?
I'm good.
Okay,
I need
perfect.
emotional support, please.
You need emotional support.
All right, now I'm ready.
Okay. We are opening. You all have been brought together by a letter with a hefty sum of payment to visit the town of Ravensdale on behalf of Winalore, who is a warlock who has hired you to check in on this town as she's heard of some funny goings ons. You stroll into this beautiful human town. You're walking down a main street. It's autumn. It's a beautiful evening. You've been traveling all day, and the streets are lined with small houses. You can see a tavern down at the end of the street. There's very clearly a couple of different shops, a blacksmith, and you have a few hours before it's time for you to hit the hay. So you've got some time to explore the town and check in and see what's going on uh, before you have to make any drastic moves. So, where would you guys like to head within this town?
Tavern, please.
Yeah, tavern sounds good.
Tavern, tavern, we're into it. Love to see it. So you're walking down the street to the very end of the street, and you notice there's not a ton of horses or like people milling about, and it's eerily quiet. You mostly hear the rattling of wind through the trees surrounding the town, and you can see lots of blowing crops. Just sort of, they seem oddly like they're shedding quite a bit and almost tumbleweed effect as you're making this journey. But you do see a couple people like through windows of shops as you pass by. And but they're not making eye contact or like acknowledging you until you uh, come to the front door of this tavern. And above the tavern door is a carved wooden sign. It's clearly weathered with age. It's probably the first thing that was built within the town. And it says the Green Dragon. And it's big, beautiful double doors. It's a one-story building. And as you go in, you can smell fresh baked apple pie, like a meaty stew, and you can hear a light chattering because it's not very full.
Does the tavern have a stage?
The tavern does not have a stage, but it does have a very long L-shaped bar.
How many people are at the bar?
There is no one currently seated at the bar. There's a bartender behind it, though.
This is the map that we're seeing. This is the tavern, the inside of the
Hmm.
tavern. I would like to go to that space right between the fire and the bar and get my loot out
Okay.
and just strum some tunes. Let's have some tunes. It's too
Strum some
quiet in here.
tunes. What tune are you strumming?
I think I'll do, since it's kind of chatter, but the town seems kind of quiet. Let's do something that's a little bit not and nothing too what's the word I'm trying to use? Thank you, brain. Uh Nothing too exciting. Just kind of a nice, easy, we're hanging out in the tavern kind of jam.
Some lo-fi tavern vibes.
So now you're
Yeah.
with Wonderwall.
Yeah, some tavern vibes. Anyway, here's
Okay.
Wonderwall.
Perfect. So Missy's going to play some music for us, standing by the fireplace of this tavern. What would the two of you like to do
I'm going to walk up to the bartender and buy a round for the party.
for the party? Okay, perfect. That's gonna be, let's say, 10 copper for 3 ales.
Hey,
You don't. Side note, you're only playing this once, so money doesn't matter. It's made up.
I'm so used to checking. This is my
Okay.
dumb.
So Beanie obtains the bartender. He's a big burly man. He's incredibly wide. Think he's probably 3 feet across. And if you didn't know any better, you would think this was definitely some sort of crossbreed of a man, but no, all 100% human male. And he hands over these 3 flagons of ale for you, and it doesn't say a word. He holds out his hand and takes your copper from you, and goes back to polishing various glassware and cleaning out from underneath the bar.
I'm gonna pass the 2 extra flagons over to the rest of the party and just go back to him
Okay.
and just, hello, how are you doing today?
Uh, he looks up at you, almost startled that you've spoken to him, and whether it's at the accent or just someone speaking to him at all, hard to say. I said, uh, "Well, for a slow business day, I'm doing pretty well."
I'm just wandering through the town. I got a letter here. So honestly, I was wondering what's been going on. It seems kind of bare today.
Unfortunately, it's bear pretty much every day. I'm surprised you guys came into town this late, considering you haven't heard about what's going on in the fields, have you?
No, we have not. We've gotten letters about it, but no information.
Well, suffice it to say, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I'd just be careful if I were you.
I'm like listening to this. And as he's saying these things, like slowly easing the tune into something a little more ominous and very dramatic.
Uh, don't worry about my friend over there. Anyway, this
Half playing and half chugging at the same time.
this ale is great. What did you make it with?
Pumpkin. Our apple harvest was lacking this year. Normally we do apple flavored ales here.
I would have loved to try that. I might
Yeah.
come around next year.
Uh, yeah, if we're here next year. I don't know if the apple crop will be any better, but you're welcome to drop by.
Don't be so negative. Of course he'll be here next year.
And
Just gotta hope.
he sort of laughs to himself and goes back to cleaning his area. Agathor, what are you up to, my friend?
I want to say I take a swig of my ale and say if he hasn't seen anything in the crops, what has he heard other people see? What are the words of the town?
Okay. So, our dear Dragonborn here, I'm gonna need you to roll a d20 persuasion check, because the odds that this human town is not terrified by a Dragonborn showing up, um, are probably a little less slim. So, go ahead and roll a d20 for me.
I got 19.
Oh,
Perfect. This man is like, this is the most fascinating lizard I've ever seen. I would love to speak to him more.
This is the Dragon Green Tavern, and I am, in fact,
It's
a
true. He's
dragon.
like, my kinfolk, the namesake of my establishment, is here. Um, he turns to you and he says, "Well, the farmers would know more than me. They're most affected. I'm lucky. I mostly get to stay inside all day, so I haven't had to see many of these horrors with my own two eyes. Uh, but they say something's ruining the crops, and well, we used to have a lot more farmers around here." And he sort of gestures to this mostly empty tavern that just has the one table occupied.
have your farmers moved on, good sir?
He sort of whips his head around you and says, "Depends how you define moved on."
I see.
I'd define it as dead.
Um,
Slowly, even more ominous the music becomes.
Incredibly ominous music, and he said, I can neither confirm or deny, but you just stop seeing him around. And I don't know a lot of people that just leave their whole lives up and without a trace. But I haven't seen a body either, so
So they could have moved on also. That's also pretty. That's not good news, but that's also not bad news. There's still
well,
hope in that.
not bad news, but right before harvest?
True.
Is this the first time this has happened to this town? I am a little bit of a historian.
Uh he sort of sits back or sits back against the edge of the bar and as looks to the ceiling as if he's trying to recall how long this has been going on. And he said, "Well, this is definitely the worst it's ever been."
Have I heard of this town before?
Roll a wisdom check for me.
Wisdom? Okay. 19.
You have heard of Ravensdale before, as a matter of fact. You remember this specifically because of that renowned apple ale. You used to visit a tavern locally that carried it in stock and whose barkeep was from here.
Aha. And that barkeep never said anything to me about disappearing farmers.
The last time you saw that barkeep, you things seemed fine.
Hmm. Something sus.
So you've got a table of three farmers that you can assume from the way they're dressed sitting here in this tavern, or you can head back out if you feel like you've accomplished what you wanted to.
And so the three farmers are sitting at a table all together.
Yes, they're sitting. I've got this map pulled up on stream or on Roll20 that you can see. And these three farmers
The,
are sitting pretty much at this table directly in front of the fire.
can I pull up a chair at the other end of the table and ask the farmers, so what is all this I hear about disappearances?
I'm going to switch to something a little more soothing.
A little more soothing. Okay. I'm gonna need one more uh persuasion check from you.
Okay. I got another 19.
Perfect. People love you. They are so excited you're here. Delighted.
Dragon Tavern. It's
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 like
my
you were
place.
meant to be here. This is your place. Um, they turn to you, and there's an older male, and there's a man maybe in his 30s, and there is a middle-aged woman in this grouping. And they look at you and say, "Are you asking about a specific one?"
Is there a specific one that jumps out to you?
Well, everybody's missing somebody.
What about your somebody?
Um, this woman looks up at you, and she's got incredible amounts of sun damage and just looks incredibly tired and worse for wear. She said, "Well, I haven't seen my husband in months, but knowing him, he might have just gotten confused and wandered off."
Wandered off from his wife and his whole livelihood?
The foreman's hard work, and well, he's a disagreeable man. And then the younger man sitting next to her turns to her and says, "You ought to speak better about Dad." And he looks at you and he looks to Agathor and says, "He never came back for any of his stuff," which is mostly what we're worried about. But honestly, of everyone that's been going missing, it's odd. Uh, that suddenly it's the kids. Kids don't normally wander off like that.
How many children are gone?
Where are you standing when you ask this?
I'm standing in the exact same place.
Okay, so you're leaning like over his
Staring.
shoulder to ask.
Yes. Yes.
Just creepily came up from behind me.
She's very
Perfect.
soft-spoken.
That's okay. So he does startle and sort of sits ramrod straight in his chair and whips around to you and says, "Well, there weren't a lot of kids to begin with, and most of them are kept inside now, so it's hard to tell, but at least a few."
My apologies for startling you.
Um, he just sort of nods.
She's an odd. She's odd.
Yeah.
She spent way too much time reading. She's
Uh-huh.
very strange.
Uh, okay. And then he turns back to Agathor, who his new best friend, and he says, "Nobody's much so worried about the older folks gone missing. You're born and raised here. Eventually, you'll find your way back if you were meant to. Uh, but kids with 6 or 7 years of experience, that's and not to mention the goddamn harvest. If crops have been ruined the whole freaking year if we don't get anything good, and if the last thing we've got to pull is corn and wheat, and maybe some pumpkins, but mostly they've been using it for ale. So the town may be going under anyway. So who knows if it's such a bad thing they went missing."
uh, has anybody gone missing and come back?
Oh,
Or
well,
survived the night?
we heard rumors about the blacksmith wandering around at night and not having been taken or missing or whatever it is that's happening to folks. But nobody's been able to confirm nor deny what happened to him.
Is he just gone then?
No,
If
he's
he's wandering
around.
around,
He just doesn't
how can you
leave.
not?
So
How
the
can you not
blacksmith just
confirm?
wanders the streets at night?
Well, you see, we're trying not to associate with people with risky behaviors.
I see.
Where can I find this blacksmith? I feel like that answer's obvious, but I'll ask.
He does. He looks at you like the answer is obvious, but he likes you, so. Uh, hardly leaves the forge now, from what I understand, making a whole stockpile of weapons, probably.
Have you seen anything destroying your crops?
No. One day you'll get a nice rain and they're green and healthy and you think, "Oh, I'll be harvesting in a week." And the next morning you wake up and everything's dry like husks.
So can I say to my fellow compatriots that maybe we need to give this blacksmith a visit.
He does sound like a possible part of the problem. Or who knows what the problem is.
Well, I think we should definitely go there, and I want to check out some of the farms too. Maybe check out their soil or anything.
Would you guys like to head out at this moment? It is evening. You're reaching the sun is setting. When you rolled into town, it was probably an hour and a half ago.
So it's dark now?
Yeah, so it's pretty dark now.
I mean, I kind of want to go outside. Like I don't know about if we go to see the blacksmith, I don't know if we're going to be able to cuz if he's boarded up because it's dark, I don't know how they're going to react to dark. But like something if they're worried about something moving around in the dark, like I want to know what it is. I'm terribly curious. Terribly curious.
But if we go out in the dark, they might think that we're the something that they're afraid of in the dark.
We just got here. We just got here. We're the new people. It's okay. It's okay. I'll just go. You know
Well,
what? I can even, you know what? I have an idea. It's fine. I can disguise myself as a farmer. If I look like one of them, then they will not suspect us. And then I can do some reconnaissance. I can be very stealthy. Or we should stay together, possibly. I'm, I don't know. Whatever we think is best, but I can take care of that if we need that taken care of. I do have certain skills.
I mean, it's.
Strum.
I think both ideas. If we work together, then we could do everything tomorrow. But reconnaissance would be smart at the same time.
I think that the best idea is that we have maybe our best idea in my own cranium is that we have you dress up as a lovely farmer, and then the two of us will stay, like, 20 feet over there. So if anything does go wrong, we're an earshot away to come and be of aid.
I think that works very well. What do you say?
I think that can be arranged.
I am going to smack the bar and say, "Get this lady a farmer's costume."
Ah, but I already have one, you see.
Yeah.
And the farmers hear us having this conversation. Like, do
It's
they
actually
react
you
to
have not
this?
moved away from them, so they 100% are just listening in.
Do they react to this idea at this point?
They're listening intently.
I forgot that, like, maybe we should go over to that side of the
Yeah, it's
bar.
like it's
Maybe.
what they are wide eye, and the older farmer gentleman has looked you up and down with great concern about your idea of wandering into the night alone.
As long as the only concern they have is us immediately dying and they're not gonna, like, send a messenger pigeon over to the blacksmith and tell him our plan, that's fine.
They do not appear to be making a move. They look pretty settled in for the night. So, are you splitting the group? Are you all headed out?
I think that they wanted to follow me. I think
Okay,
that's
Yeah,
what.
we're
Yeah.
we'll all
following
head
at a
out.
safe distance.
Okay, so since I can kind of see like outside of this, right? I'm gonna
Hmm.
go outside of the bar. It's dark,
It is dark.
so
But if you're standing right outside the bar does have windows, so there's a glow from lights inside. So it's
okay.
not immediate pitch blackness. There's a
And
radius.
I need I just need a place where I can go and I can't immediately be seen.
Okay. There is a side of the bar um that only has one window and is sort of sandwiched between that and some trees where you probably will not be seen.
Okay. And then they follow me, I think. Are y'all following me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're supposed to. This isn't like you're finding a quiet place to get changed.
No, it's fine. I'm not changing that way.
Okay.
We go around the corner to this place, and then I cast Disguise Self because I can cast Disguise Self once a day for free.
Perfect. Mizzy, why don't you go ahead and describe to us what you look like now?
Okay. So I look eerily similar to the woman that was sitting in the bar. I could be her sister, but
Okay.
it's just not exactly right. Like the Smitty. Uh the it's like my hair is a different color and it's a little longer. So, and then it's very similar to my like normal hair, but it's just shorter cuz my hair is long and brown.
Mm-hmm.
Um and then I don't look quite as weathered. I look like I've not been out in the fields as much. I look kind of like a fresh-faced, younger version of the woman that was in the bar. Clothes
Per-
and all.
Perfect. Close is
Because
important to
that's what I didn't want her
specify.
to see.
So we're
Yes, yes.
yes, you would probably not enjoy that particular magic trick. So you successfully cast Disguise Self around the corner of this bar. The group was lightly illuminated by glow from windows around. But now that night has settled, you can see that there's only a couple buildings that have lights on. Um, and you can tell at one point that this was a probably a fairly wealthy merchant village. So the houses are nice wood, there are many windows, and the farms have plenty of land behind them, but they've all seemed to have built their houses right on this main strip uh, to maintain a sense of community, if you will. But it is night, and as you move farther away from this tavern, it will get progressively darker until you hit the next lit building. Um, how are you approaching this reconnaissance?
Well, I have dark vision. I have 60 feet of dark vision.
Okay, so you're
So
fine.
so I'm fine. I can see.
Mm-hmm.
Um I think that if I'm not sure exactly how y'all want to follow me. I think honestly, me slowly ambling down the main street is probably the way I want to handle it. I want to be out in the open. Like, come get me, weird boogies in the night.
Okay. Are you purposely making extra noise, or are you moving at just a
I
casual
don't,
pace?
yeah, I think just casually. I don't
Okay.
think that I'm like banging pots and pans with wooden spoons. But I think that I'm not going to make any effort to sneak as much. If I was going out by myself, I would totally be sneaking.
Mm-hmm.
But because other people have my back, I will not be sneaking. I'm using myself as bait.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Okay. Uh, Gentlemen, how would you like to follow?
Um, I'm just
I oh,
casually leaning on like buildings, watching, but just watching.
I want to say we casually like he said lean up against the building when she's in so she's walking through the light of by the street of the light of the tavern, and we're leaning against the building, and then when she hits the dark, that's when we make our move to the next illuminated building, and then we act like we've been leaning up against that thing all day and such forth. So we're kind of with her in the dark, but then we let her lead in the light.
I will say that while I'm doing this, especially because there's so many buildings that are dark, I don't want to be like really obvious about it, but I want to kind of look around and look at what is happening. Like, why are there so many dark buildings? Are the buildings empty or are the people inside hiding? Like, are
Mhm.
there only a few buildings that are like lit because there's all the people that are left?
Are you doing this from the street, or are you sort of getting closer to buildings as you pass by them?
I think I'll kind of meander. Like I'm in the street, but I kind of wander near buildings and then wander. I'm not going to do like a straight line straight down. I
Mm-hmm.
kind of want to wander a little bit.
Okay. Can you give me a perception check, please?
Sure. That's a
On which end?
nat 20.
Oh,
So it
perfect.
was 26. My perception was a 26.
You know everything. Um, okay, so as you're meandering, sort of walking back and forth along this wide main street of the town, you can see that several of the doors to these darkened houses are slightly ajar. Um, and you can almost hear rattling, um, as if a wind was hitting a loose screen or something. It's akin to that noise. And it's coming from several different locations at several different houses, and it's not so loud that you think people it's like it's keeping people up at night. Um, but it is odd considering the general lack of wind.
So there's wind sound, but there's no wind.
It sounds almost to you as if there's wind inside of the buildings.
Oh no.
And gentlemen, since you're a little bit far behind, can get perception checks from both of you? And that's it's going to be a D20 um,
That would
plus
be a
any
15.
perception. You got a 15. And do either of you have dark vision, or are you just sort of wandering?
Um,
But I don't
I
can
think
don't
I?
it.
believe Dragonborns have dark vision.
Okay. Also, I have a question because I didn't think about this before. When I roll for I roll for perception, do I then because my perception here says it's -1, do I take away a number?
Yes, you do. You subtract one.
Okay, so I rolled a 4, but a -1, so I got a 3.
Okay, you are. It is dark, and you are incredibly confused. And mostly, the best you can do is listen for your companion's footsteps to sort of follow him wherever he's going. Um,
Okay.
I don't have dark vision, but I'm kind of using the buildings as a way to tell what's going on.
okay, so Sentinata, you with a 15 can also hear some of the rattling, but you don't know exactly where it's coming from. And you just know that you think it's at least in the building in front of you.
Have we gotten close to another lit building yet, or are we still in the dark part of the street?
You haven't gotten super far down the street yet. About midway, you can see there's the shop that you passed by earlier, and a couple of the lights candles have been put out as you've been walking, almost as if they're closing up for the night. But that'll be your next lit building in maybe 50 feet. But you've passed 4 or 5 dark houses.
Dark houses with wind inside them?
Mm-hmm.
Mm. I think that I'll keep going until I get to the shop. Like that's my goal is to
Okay.
get to the shop.
I'm pretty lost, so I'm just gonna follow whatever Beanie is doing.
When I get there, I'm going to wait for them to
Okay.
catch up to me.
So you successfully make it to the front porch of this shop. It's maybe 2 or 3 feet off the ground. Um, and you can sort of turn around and watch the street behind you, and you're illuminated from the back by the shop lights. So they should be able to see you if they are looking out to the street.
Oh, the shopkeepers?
Your companions. Like if
Oh,
they
okay.
are looking for their destination point, they should be able to see you standing outside. Or
Okay.
at least your outline.
Right?
Is there a shop like across the street, or is it just like a one-side town?
It's two rows. So on either side of the
Uh,
street, you've got various buildings.
so I think I'm gonna come out of the dark a little and then like post up across the street and let her, or will let Ms. I forgot both your characters' name. I should get a pencil.
It's fine.
Um, I'm gonna let Mizzy figure out what she wants to do as like across the street, not very obviously hanging out, not obviously watching.
Okay. And you can definitely see him now.
Okay.
Beanie?
I'm gonna go probably around a separate across a separate house or separate building, just so if anything comes from like maybe like a separate area or behind a building, I could hear it
So, are you wanting to be near the house directly across from the store or like catty corner to it?
like the corner
Okay.
to it.
Okay. Um, so now you have two friends across the street. And you were standing in front of a shop. You can hear a couple people talking inside. Um, and it does seem like they're closing up for the night.
Okay. I'm gonna move to the side a little bit so that I'm not in the doorway because I
Okay.
am still disguised, and
Mm-hmm.
because I kind of look like one of the people in the village. I do not want to freak out anybody. Um, are the buildings on the left and right of the shop, are they dark?
The one to the right of the shop is lit. Um, there are lights inside of it. Yeah. The
Okay.
one to the left is dark.
It was one of the wind houses. Okay. Other than the shop and that house that's next to it, are there other lit houses on this street?
Across the street and up further, there are two more lit buildings.
Okay. I think I'm gonna that's that my next destination. We're gonna start going that way.
Okay.
But I'm gonna try to, and I don't know if they'll, I'm not gonna gesture or anything, but I'm just gonna go slower to try and close the gap so that they are not as far back from me, just because I'm starting to get very uneasy
Mm-hmm.
about the sounds that I'm hearing inside of the houses.
Do we
Okay.
know which one is the forge?
Um, roll a perception check for me.
Oh God,
I believe in you.
not another three.
Also, chat, we do have channel point
I got
redeems
a
tonight
one.
for advantage and disadvantage. You're kidding me.
You got a
No.
nat one?
You
Well,
are thinking to yourself, I would love to be back at the tavern where they like me. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know who this Winalore person is. This really doesn't seem like my problem. It's very dark. Um, so no, you
I
don't
relate very
know.
much to my own character.
Yeah, you just
Why did you
vibe
leave
it,
the
you know?
bar? My feet hurt.
That's like I don't want this person to die, so I'll stay out here and keep an eye out, but like I don't really know what's going on.
Wonderwall is stuck in my head.
My bad. Um, yeah. So I'm gonna head towards the next set of lit buildings.
Okay. Are you stopping to investigate the store any further, or are you sort of sneaking around it?
So the problem is, if I investigate the store, I look like uh I look like one of the people that lives here. And I don't want them to, I mean, I don't look exactly like her though. Oh, that is true. You know what? I am going to investigate this store a little bit.
Okay.
I could probably get
Square,
away
and
with
I'm
it.
noting this that you've redeemed this. Square and just redeemed a uh
An enemy
wow,
advantage
you're doing
check.
a little too well, which would
Yeah.
be enemy advantage.
Yeah, I saw that.
You're not in combat currently, so we'll just tuck that away.
Saw that square in.
Um,
Yeah, I guess I'll go in to the shop, like into the doorway, if
okay.
the door's not closed.
No, it's unlocked.
Yeah, I'll just go in a little bit. I don't want to go in all the way and lose my companions completely.
Okay.
Um, yeah.
Standing behind the counter, appearing to be counting the till, is a woman in her late 60s, maybe. Um, and she has very, very dark hair for her age. It's not a speck of gray. And she looks up at you and says, "Well, hello. Is there anything I can do for you tonight?"
Yes, I was wondering if you could give me directions to the forge, please.
To the forge. What does a pretty thing like you have any business in a forge?
Oh, my scythe has gone dull.
Don't I know that pain? Well, if he's still open for any amount of time, um, he's down at the end of the street. You can normally tell from the immense amount of smoke and cursing. Um, are you alone out there?
No, I have some friends.
You ought to be careful. You never know what's gonna come out of those fields.
Oh, is this town dangerous?
Hard to say. We haven't had anyone come back to report of any danger, but there's a lot of people gone.
Seems a little worrisome. Do you not have a sheriff or someone to find these missing people for you?
Oh, a sheriff. My husband used to be the sheriff, but unfortunately he's been gone quite a time now. Uh Gone with the farmer Chappaquiddick, the both of them. Disappeared on the same day in May. Haven't seen him since.
My condolences.
Well, it has certainly been a trying time without him. But
So
if
now that Mizzy has gone in, can I do like a sneaky shuffle to like the front of that, like next to the door, so like I could kind of hear inside to know if there's something afoot.
um roll me a stealth check, my dear.
So I rolled a 17 and then +2, so 19.
Yeah.
I'm taking that. I'm
Easy,
gonna
no
call it a
problem.
sneaky shuffle forever.
A sneaky shuffle. You
Dear God, it's Jason Bourne.
uh, sorry, chat, behave yourselves. You successfully sneak to the front of the storefront, and you can look into the window and see where the two women are standing, Ilaria and the shopkeep.
Um, can I? What was Beanie's character's name? So like I do this properly.
Satanta.
Can I like kind of point to Satanta and just be like, eyes, I like to let Satanta know that I can see everything and we're like good, but do it in like hand signals.
How far away are you two from each other?
Well, wouldn't he just be across the street?
Yeah, but it's like 20 feet across the street, and I don't think either of you have dark vision.
Neither of them have
But
dark
we're in the
vision.
light.
You're in the light. Okay, okay. I'll say he can probably see your hand motions, but you are almost certainly pointing in the wrong direction.
That is
So, like,
fine.
Beanie gets the message, but it's just because he could see you because you're lit by the by the store.
That
I'm
is
gonna
completely.
Do I hear anything behind the buildings while they're doing this?
Perception check.
That would be a 3, so nothing.
Oh, you were watching intently. You were so focused on whatever it is that Agathor is
My,
trying to tell you.
my jumping jacks.
That you two are completely honed in on each other. Are you going to join
Yep.
him across the street, or are you all going to the store?
I'm gonna I'm gonna stay back and just keep an idea of the area behind us, just in case anything moves by.
Okay. So from where you're standing like in between two houses, right?
Yeah.
So it's rows of houses and buildings. Your main street, which is about 20 feet across, and then it is fields bleeding into forest on the backside of all of these buildings. It's an island adrift, Ravensdale. So you can stay there. And Agathor, what would you like to do now that your friend has not joined you across the street?
So these people, I guess, since I am a dragon and I am used to the life of people being dicks to me because I am a dragon, if they've never seen one before, I'm gonna assume I know that the lady in the store would kind of not vibe with me.
Um, you have had that experience previously where people aren't super welcoming of Dragonborn if they haven't seen them previously, but you just had two really great encounters at the tavern where everybody loved you.
This is
So,
true. Um, can I say? Did I hear the whole part about like the scythe and stuff?
she is inside the building, so it is unlikely you heard. Unless, or
Um,
were you, she was using a normal speaking voice. If she was yelling, you might have could have heard her, but
I am very soft spoken.
very soft spoken.
that's- I guess Drake. Um,
The complete opposite of me in regular life.
You could do another perception check to see if you can identify the forge again. You could go inside and try your luck, or you could wait here and see if she comes out.
um, can I? I had an idea and it didn't work because I didn't hear what she said. I was gonna be like coy about it. Um, yeah, I think I'll just hang out a minute because like I know what's going inside. I did a good perception check for once, so like I have an idea what's happened and I know it's okay. So I think I'll just chill out for a second.
Okay. You are going to wait patiently outside of the store.
Yes,
What are
so
you up to
patiently.
inside?
I'm just gonna I I think what I'll do is I will thank her for letting me know where the forge is. And let's do it this way. Thank you so much for letting me know where the forge is. I really hope that someone can help here because it seems like something is terribly wrong. There is wind in your houses when there is no wind.
Wind in our houses. Well, that's a funny way of putting it. Uh, but I guess it kind of sounds like that. Have you been in any of the houses?
I've only heard them from the street.
Well, they're not normally that loud during the day.
Do they always sound like that?
It comes and it goes. Kind of like when you get a ringing in your ear.
How would you describe it if you wouldn't describe it as wind?
Rattling.
Is it in your house too?
No. Anybody with
Just
people,
the
any of
empty
these houses
ones?
left with people inside doesn't seem to have the rattling.
Just the empty ones?
Just the empty ones. They outnumber us 2 to 1.
Since your husband was the sheriff, I suppose you'd be the closest thing to an authority to ask if it's okay to go into one of those empty houses to see why they rattle.
I mean, if you're willing to brave it, I got nothing wrong with it. Just, I would say don't take anything that can't be replaced from any of them.
Okay.
But
Thank you for your help.
y'all have good luck at the forge and be careful out there.
We will. And then
Uh,
I will leave.
yeah, then she'll go back to closing up shop. You arrive outside of the building. It is considerably cooler than when you first went in, um, as the moon is a tiny sliver in the sky, and you can see that the clouds are moving quite a bit faster, and you hear that wind from the forest again, so you can't hear the houses quite as distinctly as you could before. And also standing outside waiting for you is a dragonborn.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
So, before I start this conversation, can I be smarter and take a look around and make sure, like, nobody can hear us?
Okay. Um, let me just take a. Okay, Illyria's passive perception was very good. You can tell that the only person that was kind of out and about was the storekeeper.
Okay. Okay, so I know that, like, no one's eavesdropping.
No, we're good.
Okay. So I was just asked, what was her deal?
So there's some really terrible something terrible is happening here because her husband was the sheriff and he's been missing since May. Um there was a sound when I was walking down the street. It came from the houses. It sounds like rattling almost or like wind, but inside the houses, the empty ones. Um Apparently according to the shopkeep that doesn't happen inside of houses uh that have people in them. So I have gotten permission if we want to go inside one of those houses to investigate. But she said we should not take anything from those houses. And the forge is down the street. I asked for directions. I think we should stay together. This plan
Oh,
was good, but there's something terribly wrong. So we should collect our friend and we should stay together.
let's do that then. I agree. Now that the wind is moving faster and it's getting cooler, obviously something is becoming amiss.
Mhm. Definitely. I don't think I need this anymore. And I dispel the disguise self.
Okay, snappy. Perfect. Um,
Give him the old Sailor Moon.
Beanie,
Right? Reverse Sailor
what
Moon.
you up to, buddy?
I'm just waiting, just checking to see if anything changed around the fields, but I don't think anything did.
I see him from
Why
where I
don't
am.
why don't you give me a perception check? Dark vision 60 feet. He's probably 30 feet away. Yes.
Okay.
16.
16. Um, what you notice is that um more and more debris and stalks of corn are being blown past your feet. You can't see super far out into the fields or anything from where you are. You just have a dim glow from the shop across the street where you can, I mean, you can't even see 10 feet in front of you, but you do keep feeling things brush over your feet as you stand there.
I'm going to make my way to him.
Okay.
I will follow and do the same.
You were all reunited,
And I
standing in
will
between two houses.
reiterate all the things again.
Okay.
Um, d- Do you feel the corn blowing by our feet?
I'm going to look out into the field. Can I see anything?
Give me a perception check.
23.
Mm-hmm. You see quick movement, maybe just at the very edges of your vision. You can see stalks falling down in a line.
We should move back. Something is out there.
All right, that's that's worrying. Let's
Retreat
go.
into the street.
Okay, so now we're all in the street.
I mean, that's where I'm going. I don't know if they're following me, but that's where I'm going.
Middle of the street, the most lit part of the street sounds good to me.
Right?
Is
I
there
mean,
any buildings close to us that had the rattling?
Yeah, the two you're standing between both have a rattle. You're standing next to a one-story house and then a larger two-story house.
So, where's where's the shop that we were just in, like in conjunction to that? So
It's
is it
across
like,
the street from you guys, so it's directly across the street from the two-story house. And you guys, he
uh-huh,
said he was standing in between two houses, so he's slightly up the street in between the two-story house and a one-story house.
maybe he should come to the light.
I mean, I ran back to the street.
Yeah, I'll go into the street then.
Okay.
We may want to try to get to the forge.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
And we may want to do it in an expeditious fashion. I don't know that we really want to be out here right now.
Okay, are you guys gonna sprint up
Oh,
to the forge? Is that what you're doing?
I mean, I don't really sprint anywhere.
Walk with a haste.
Hastily. Power
Like
walk.
as fast as you can walk without drawing a ton of attention from a creepy corn monster.
Being like a little bit like walking at a hasty pace, but still trying to keep an eye out so that we're not like just walking without paying attention to what's happening around us,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Yes, that does make sense. So the three of you make your way up the street toward the forge. You can hear an increasing rattle from the houses around you as you move up to the forge. And hold up, I gotta check something. But you make it to the forge without incident. A little
DM's
bit
rolling dice.
shaken,
Worrisome.
a little bit shaken, unnerved, but you do make it to the front door of the forge where it is considerably warmer, and there is indeed smoke and curses billowing from the building.
He sounds like a happy fellow. Maybe.
I'll let you guys spearhead this. I handled the shopkeep lady. I'm good.
All right, I think I have a plan. I'm gonna.
Sounds delightful.
Can I knock on the door and see if he says anything or comes by?
Yes, you can knock on the door. Um, you're gonna have to knock with quite a bit of force. Um, but you wrap your knuckles on the door, and After a few short moments, it swings open to a stout man, a young man, who is covered in soot, heavy apron, and is still holding a an axe in his hand. It looks red almost still from the heat of the forge. And he says, "What is it?
I'm
Who could
sorry,
possibly be here at this hour? Don't you know any better?"
No.
but I'm sorry to bother you, but we just came into town and we noticed weird things going on. So, do you mind if we talk about what's going on over some drinks?
Well, I don't have anything to drink here. Did you bring something?
Goes to check her character sheet.
Yeah. Sadly, no, but I do have some extra food just in case you want to have something.
He looks at you, the whole group of you up and down, this large dragonborn behind the two of you. Um, and with a shake of his head, almost in like a disappointed, he's like, "Well, I can't rightly leave you out in the dark," and ushers you in very quickly and slams the door heavily behind you before latching both a chain and an iron hook. Welcome to the blacksmith.
Why why all the security?
Well, you're asking me like I'm the dumb one. Why were you wandering around without any?
Because
Because
I'm the
we're
dumb
new.
one.
Certainly you've heard what's been going on, though. I saw you guys walking down the street into town earlier.
The information that we got was limited. They really didn't want to tell us much of anything except that people had disappeared.
Unfortunately, I think that's the most of what anybody knows.
I mean, we were told to investigate and are doing as much as we can with what we got.
Who sent you?
A
Who
friend of
was it?
ours.
I'll pull a
Uh,
letter out and just
Okay.
hand it to him.
Okay. He reads the letter slowly. He says, "Winalore. She came here and, God, she damn near set half the town on fire last time I saw her. Making
Maybe
some
that's
sort
why
of
she sent somebody else.
smart move on her part. And okay, kindly to warlocks.
well, I can summon water and stuff at least, so maybe I could help the crops tomorrow.
Crops are past saving. Something's deeply wrong with them. Doesn't matter if it rains and the next day it's you go from perfectly green and ready to pick, next day dry as death. Now, are you
That's
here
why
to help find these people? My daughter, she's been missing whole week now. She's not more than
Is
8 years
that why
old.
you're is that why you're out at night wandering the streets?
Well, somebody has to be. Everybody keeps going missing, and I can. He gestures broadly to the mass amount of weaponry that he has forged, and it's some of it's beautiful work, and some of it is clearly just very hastily, like panicked. He's running out of materials, sort of situation. He said, "I armed to the teeth, and I have every intention of getting her back."
hello, we have every intention of finding whatever's doing this and finding everyone that went missing.
Well,
Yes, of course.
I'm happy to tell you everything I can to help get my daughter back. Have you guys been in the fields at all?
We have not. I don't think, right?
Well, I've noticed weird things coming from the fields. The corn stalks blowing by our feet earlier.
I
That's what I'm
saw
telling.
something.
You saw something.
I saw something earlier. I can see in the dark a little bit.
Useful
There
trait to have
was
out here.
there were stalks. They were falling down in a line. Quick movements out in the fields.
You'll see a lot of it too. You look at those fields in the daytime and you'll see there's tracks all over this place, almost like someone's been walking around, but moves faster than any human I've ever seen, especially around these parts. And you can hear it all over the place. I dumped every one of my dice. Um, you can hear it all over the place. Behind every house, things moving around in the crops. All at the same time. Sometimes it gets so damn loud you can't sleep.
You can hear it inside the houses too.
The
Sounds like
rattling.
wind.
I'll tell you, I've been in one of those houses. Everybody's gone, but nothing's been touched. It's dusty, full of hay.
Full of hay.
Yeah, whole floor is covered in it. Tables, kitchens, bedrooms.
The shopkeep. She said her husband was the sheriff.
That's right.
She said that we could go in the houses if we want. Do you think we'll find anything in there?
Hell, I got out of there as soon as I saw the state of it. Surely anyone with a little more gall and digging than I have. See, I gotta stay alive to keep looking for my child. But I mean, he gestured specifically to the dragonborn. Someone with a little more teeth to him might have better luck.
Maybe if I had one of your nicer weapons, I could figure this all out.
Mm-hmm. Roll a persuasion check.
Uh, I got a 19, and then so I have +2 persuasion, so 21.
You're the most persuasive
That is
dragonborn on Earth.
Yeah.
that is wow. People in this
Uh,
town love dragonborns. Actually, they didn't know it before today, but it's like when someone gets introduced to like an iguana for the first time, and they're like, "This is cool as fuck." That's what this town is
Yeah.
going through. Um, he says he puts both of his hands on his hips, looks around with a huff, and says, "Hell, it's not like there's anyone left to sell him to. If you think it'll help, and you can take your pick of a nice long or short sword. I believe you are able to wield both."
I will grab the nicest looking longsword that he has.
Perfect. So I'm adding something to your inventory right now, okay?
Okay. I have the dumbest question.
No dumb questions.
Where do I check my inventory?
You're going to go to your D&D Beyond character sheet, and you are going to go to the largest box on the right-hand side and go to inventory, and then
Largest one.
I've equipped a longsword for you in your actions. It's a longsword +1 for your excellent roll.
Okay.
And so you'll be able to use that in attacks, which is good. Okay. Um, you now have a longsword. Perfect. Um, he turns to the group and says, "If y'all are in need of weapons, I'm damn near out of material, so I can't make anything, but I could probably sharpen a blade. And you probably shouldn't leave here till morning. They only get rowdier as the witching hour comes."
I only use crossbow bolts when it comes to martial weaponry. My skills lie elsewhere.
uh, I do have a sword that could use some sharpening.
Uh, sure, of course, no problem at all. Let me get a look at your blade.
So I hand blade over and hand him some money, so he for his work.
Okay. He will set about forging your blade. Sharpening it will probably take 30, 45 minutes while you're here. It is probably about midnight, little past at this point.
Considering if I should take a blade just in case, but
If you want to
don't
take a
like
dagger or
being.
something, there are plenty about.
Eh, um,
We gotta hydrate.
okay. I can take a short sword.
Okay. You absolutely can. Go ahead and I can add it to your inventory if you would like.
Sure. It's not ideal for me to be that close, but
I mean, you never know where you're gonna end up.
exactly.
Okay, folks. Would you like to wait for this sword to be sharpened and then head out immediately, or would you like to wait until daybreak?
I don't
I
want to go out there.
I want to investigate the fields tomorrow, so wait till daybreak.
And I want to investigate one of these empty houses. But I
Okay.
do not want to do it at night.
Perfect. So this brings us to we're going to take a quick 5-minute intermission so that players can refresh themselves, take a minute, um, and then we will jump back into it after a long rest. Not that any of you have expended spell slots except for disguise, and you will have that
Well, and
back.
yeah, it comes back after sunrise
Okay,
because
perfect.
it's once a day.
You don't even have to sleep. But yes, so y'all hang tight. Hit the flight team check-in if you haven't. Do a stretch, hydrate, and we will be back with you Welcome back, everybody. We are back from break. For those of you who joined us during the break, welcome. My name is Queso Cactus. I am Dungeon Mommy here for this evening. And I am here with King Biddy, Mizzy Cat, and Tim Foolery playing a Halloween D&D one-shot. Before the break, our adventurers had just taken refuge in the local Black Forge, of which the smith's daughter is missing. And they have decided to wait until daybreak to do further investigation about the town. So you can assume you've spent the night um, getting some fitful rest if you choose to. Spells and abilities have refreshed, and you wake up with new weaponry ready to go.
So I'm wondering if we should do a little bit of divide and conquer here. Because they say that people don't really go missing during the day as much.
So,
True.
what do we think is more dangerous, the field or the houses?
Oh, the field's 100%.
Field
Because
is
whatever's taking the people from the houses is coming from the fields.
yeah.
I just want to see if
So,
it left anything besides hay.
I would say the go-to would be then one of us go in the houses because we think it's safer, and then the two of us go out to the fields, and that way there's just the two of us.
Okay.
I'm see. I want to investigate the field anyway because I want to see. I'll see what could be causing the crops not to grow easily.
Okay. So who would like to go to the house and who would like to go to the fields?
I think Busy really wants to go in the house.
Mizzy will go just about anywhere. But I think that actually where we were last night, that one-story house, like next to the store, um, with the fields right up against the back of it, because then like where you're in the fields, but if I'm in the house, then like we're close to each other, right? So
Yeah.
we're not as far apart. And the house, I don't know if it has like a back door that leads onto the fields, which it would make sense that it does. Because then we could go in through that door so that we don't cause suspicion in the town, even though we do have permission to do what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna head out from the forge. The blacksmith wishes you luck and gives you a brief description of his daughter. She is about 8 years old, short, long dark hair. Um,
My good alignment has activated. We must save this child.
and her name is I wrote it down. I have a name for the daughter. Please give it to me. Her name is Pauline,
Pauline.
little baby Pauline. Okay. You walk down the street. It's a crisp autumn morning. The sun is shining. The fields are very brown and dry. But you can see the tavern owner down the street is um like outside just sprucing up some things, but that's pretty much all the activity you see on the street. And you reach the one-story house across from the store without issue. And you are now standing outside of it.
In the street itself.
Yes. You're
I
not in the
definitely
house, you're standing outside of
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I definitely want to circle around through the alleyway to the back to see if there is a back door.
Okay. Do you want to do a general perception check or are you just going for it?
General perception check is fine.
Okay. You have very high passive perception, so I will use it. You can't help but notice that the store appears to be closed as you make your way
Damn it.
around the side of the house. There are varying stalks of corn just sort of blown about outside. Um, and there is a back porch up a small set of stairs that you can see the back door is wide open.
Um, do you two want to go into the fields while I do this, or do you want to wait for me to do this?
Do you feel that this is way too spooky and you need uh aid at the earshot?
I think I'll be fine as long as y'all are within earshot. I think that it'll be fine. Because as soon as I'm done in here, I'm going to come and find you. I did notice that the store is closed. So
I wonder if that means the store owner's gone.
it's
Hmm.
possible.
Well,
Yes,
after
it's
we're
Monday.
done with here, we should probably check around the store. See if
Yeah.
there's any footprints or something around there.
So
Might have been.
I'm gonna say as you go in the house, I'm just gonna like hand on the sword, ready to stab anything that pulls up. But I'm gonna just meander the backyard, but like near enough, like looking around in the backyard, but near enough that like I can still hear if there's like a shout from in the house.
Got it.
I'm going to go by the fields and first examine the dirt specifically to see if there's anything going wrong with the nature there.
Okay. Um, if you're patrolling the yard, that seems pretty straightforward. Would you like to investigate the house first, or would you like me to run the fields first?
I have no preference.
Okay. Let's do house.
Okay.
So you are face to face with this wide open back door, and there are a lot of windows in this house. So there is some light filtering in just from the early morning, and you are faced with perfectly pristine house. There's a table with some chairs and a little fireplace and a little bit of a kitchen area with a couple of pots that are covered, like big cooking pots. Except there is a mass amount of straw and hay coating these surfaces. And this otherwise, no one's ransacked this house. The neighbors have clearly been whoever's left has been very respectful and not stolen anything that you are aware of. But everything is covered in at least 5 or 6 inches of straw and hay from where you can see from standing in the back door.
Um, Perception check to see if I hear any movement within the house.
Yep, go for it.
Mitty gave you an advantage, by the way.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that's how this works,
Yep,
but
shoots the next person to roll. Thank you, Smitty.
Do you want me to roll too? I don't know if I need it. I rolled a 21 on the first one.
Oh, that is excellent. Then you can keep the advantage for the next roll you do because you were the first person to roll, but since you did very well, um, you can keep it for your next roll. You hear that same rattling, but you can't pinpoint where it's coming from. You think it must be around a corner behind a closed door.
But I can still hear it in the house.
You can hear it in the house.
Okay, I will back out.
Oh, yeah, okay, you're backing out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And turn and, my friendo's over there in the yard. I'll be like, I still hear that noise. I can still hear that noise in this house, even in the day. I don't think I should go in here by myself. But I also think maybe we should be all together just in case. I don't want to leave our friend out here and us go in this house and then something happens in the field.
that's where we think the trouble is. I agree. Let's
I don't know.
But
I don't know anymore because I honestly thought that when the day came, we wouldn't hear that noise in the houses. But the fact that it's still in there means there's if it makes me feel like there's something in there, and it's in there no matter what time of day it is. And I do not want to try and find that noise without without backup.
well, how about this one? We see how our friend's doing. If he can get a very good idea of what's up with the soil, and it's a better lead than the spooky inside, we'll go with that.
Sounds good to me.
But if he has no clue what's going on with the dirt, we'll go inside.
Okay, that works for me.
Okay.
I'm a paladin. I think I'm supposed to be a leader or something.
You're doing great. Santana,
A plus.
are you ready?
Yeah.
Um, what are you looking to achieve out here?
I was gonna roll a nature check specifically to see if there's any reason why the drought's happening,
Okay.
or any reason why it just keeps going, and then just see where the foot see if I can see where the footprints are leading to. But first, I'll do the nature check.
Do we know that there are footprints?
My All I know is that you see something was moving past, and that's about it. So there has to be footprints in my mind.
True.
Okay. Give me a nature check.
That we a 10.
Um, you don't, is that with your bonus?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, this soil feels awfully loose to you. There's not a lot of binding material in it, and it's pale. It's very pale. And it's certainly not something you would choose when trying to grow any sort of crop.
I probably can't get anything else beyond that, but that's still not that's something's off, but I'm not sure what it is.
If chat wants to redeem an advantage for you, I'll let you roll again.
Can he have mine? Can I give it to him?
If oh yeah, if you'd like to give your advantage to him, that's fine.
Totally can have mine.
Okay, roll for it again, Beanie.
That'd be an 11.
Jesus Christ.
Wait,
Is that a wait?
yeah. No, it thought it went on wrong number, so I checked again to be sure.
Oh,
Because I picked it up wrong. But
so
still an 11.
still an 11. You get about the same amount of information from this. Um, if anyone else would like to run checks on the field, you are more than welcome to.
What check?
Uh,
Nature I was
a
using.
nature, you could do a general investigation. You do a lot of reading. I would accept maybe an intelligence check.
Oh, my int is terrible. Investigation's probably my best.
Go for it.
It's a 10.
Wow. Okay, you too. You think this is an oddly powdery substance to be used for soil.
I guess I'll try investigation just
Save
for
us. Please save us.
You can do it.
an 8.
Okay.
We're
Wow.
not allowed to know what's going on in this field.
Dragonborn's like farming. That sounds like it could be fun. Um,
My dad wanted me to be a geologist, and I swore I'd never do it.
and here he is, all these years later, not knowing geology. Okay, friends. Uh, you, um, so you were standing in this field, and you all can pretty much understand that, like, this substance is way too loose, and no wonder the crops keep falling over. And you wonder yourself, why would They choose this. Um, and can I get a general perception check? And Mizzy, are you on the porch or are you down in the yard? Your voice activity isn't working.
I don't use voice active. That's why I had to hit the button. I had crossed down into the yard because I was talking to my dragonborn friend.
Okay, I was just double checking. Yeah, if everyone could roll a perception check for me.
That would be a 1.
I got
Okay.
a 5.
So distraught that he
9.
cannot identify the soil. Um, he's just he's not paying attention to anything else. A 9, and your passive perception is pretty good. And what have you got for me, Agathor?
A 5.
A 5. Um,
You remember that conversation we had where you said this will go okay unless we all just keep getting horrible, horrible rolls?
yeah, I do remember this conversation we had. But to be fair, you were rolling really well, so this is new.
All the luck's dried out.
Yep, I used
Okay.
up all my luck.
Y'all feel good. Y'all feel good. The sun is shining. You're like, this house is very strange, but the fields feel fine to you.
So I'm going to suggest that the three of us go in, maybe weapons drawn.
We should find out what's going on. I mean, this seems fine. Like all of this seems fine out here. We should go in and find out what that rattling noise is inside the house. That seemed very suspicious.
These farmers are just too dumb to know good soil when they've seen it.
It
Whatever the
looks
problem
This is
is in the
great.
house.
Okay. So everyone's heading into the house.
Yeah.
I think so, yes.
What order are you walking into the house?
I guess maybe I'll go first, but I'll have the sword out, so I'm like at the ready.
That's a good option.
I'll go next.
Then I'll go right behind and just I guess one hand on my weapon, the other's just ready to cast a spell.
Okay. You guys are armed, you're ready. You're walking into this house. And you can't help but notice that from the last time you were in here, um, that rattling is louder. Now that you've brought more people into the home, it almost seems like you can definitely tell where it is now. And you are standing in this dining room, living room situation, all sort of an open area. And there are two doors that you assume lead to bedrooms off this main area. And you can definitely tell that that rattling that is so much louder now is coming from behind there.
From both doors?
Door number
They're
one
right
or door
next to
number
each
two?
other. If you want to roll a perception check, we can see if you know exactly which one.
One door is an evil monster, one door is the jet ski trailer package.
14.
14.
Ba-da-ba-da,
If you had to take a guess, you would think it's probably coming from the
da-da-da-da-da.
right-hand door.
So
I'm
who
gonna
wants to open the door?
Wait, would a Arcana check or see if there's any magic involved?
You can roll an Arcana check.
That would be a 13.
Something is definitely magical inside the house. Um, it's not that strong to you, but it's definitely here.
Well, there's some kind of magic going on, but I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure what it is. Could honestly be anything.
How far are we from these like doors?
3 feet at most.
I'm gonna step over to the right door, give it a little tap tap, and just give a Pauline.
You tap tap, and the door swings open. It wasn't latched in the hook. Uh,
Hmm.
so that door swings not with like an excessive amount of force, but just lightly
A
opens.
creak open?
Mm-hmm. And you get
Like
no
all the way
response.
open or just a crack?
It's maybe 8 inches.
Okay, before he goes in, I'm gonna use my cantrip resistance so he
Okay.
could get a D4 to add to his saving roll of choice.
Okay. Noted.
Also, did the noise stop when the door swung open?
It is in fact louder because the barrier has been removed. But it does not appear to be uh, moving around. Like the sound seems stationary to you now.
Look back at my two compatriots and say, "Is this it?"
Open the door. Open. You're gonna have to open it all the way.
Gently, with so much I cannot emphasize the gentleness. I'm gonna just slowly creak the door open.
Okay. You open this door into a empty bedroom, except for there is a wide open window. The glass has been busted through from the inside because there's no glass on the inside of the room. So either something else has happened or someone busted out. And strung up across this window is a ward. You know this from all of your reading, and you know this from being a magic caster yourself. It is made of bones and pelts of some sort, and it is carved into and filled in with a deep, dark pigment in a language that you're not sure you can read. And it is
One
probably
moment.
3 or 4 feet across, and the rattling is from what appears to be large teeth that have been strung into the ward.
If I'm looking at this, is the language either Druidic, Goblin, or Primordial?
No.
May I cast a spell, please?
Yes, you can.
I cast comprehend languages.
Comprehend languages. So I assume you've pushed your way to the front to stand directly in front of this ward. Um,
Of
Great
course I
excitement.
can. It's knowledge. It's knowledge that I can't read. I will bowl down everybody trying to get to it.
um,
Excuse me, just be careful.
and it bursts with the light of magic, and almost seems to be breathing with the enchantment of the spell. And it's a messy hand written in a messy hand, but you can decipher it now. And what it says is for our witch of the woods. She may enter here on the large pelt in the middle.
We've got a witch.
Can I do
Um,
like a perception check maybe to figure out if I can know if it's like, human bones
Yeah,
or
you
like
can. You could do I would let
animal.
intelligence, wisdom, or perception. Either one of those would be fine.
Let me see which is my least worst. If I can find it.
And you said the glass was busted from the inside out.
yeah. Wait. While that's going on, can I use resistance on Alaria too?
Can you
Because
have it on
it's
multiple targets at once?
if I it's a concentration, but whoever I touch,
Whoever you're touching?
whoever I touched gets it for their next turn, or next, or not next roll they need.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
I guess I'll just do a perception and
Go
try
for it.
if I could. It was a 0.
Oh, wow. This is your very first time seeing bones outside of a body. You're having a rough day.
I will look at them too and go, "Wow, man, this is pretty fucking gross."
Um, if I look out the window and do a perception check, can I see a path of some kind from the glass?
Roll me a perception check.
What?
That
What?
would be a 9.
Um, yes, you can see the glass on the ground from where it was busted out of the window. But mostly you just see straw. A lot of straw leaving leaving the house.
Is this can I tell what this is written with? Like, is this ink? I recognize ink.
You would recognize ink. This is not
It's
ink.
not it's not ink, is it?
It's not
No.
ink. No.
No. Can I perception check the bones?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. That's a 25.
These are human bones. Absolutely.
Oh no. These are people bones. These are people bones, and I bet that is people ink that this is written with. This is a problem.
People ink. I love that.
This is a problem. But we can
Yes.
Well,
read it.
well, I guess at some point we have to go into the field again.
We're gonna have to go to the woods. It's the witch in the woods.
Great. I don't do well with the witches,
They're gonna have to go
especially
find
when I
her.
don't have enough alcohol in me.
She's gonna take Pauline and turn her into bones and then put her into the I'm starting to panic. She's gonna turn her into this thing. We gotta fix this. We can't just leave this.
I'm not sober enough to deal with this.
This is
So,
a problem. This is not how knowledge is meant to be used. How dare they?
How would you like to exit the house?
How would I like to exit the house?
Mm-hmm. Where are you
That's
headed, Mizzy?
what an ominous question. Um, I mean, I'm probably gonna. So my logic is we need to go back to the blacksmith because I feel like if there's a witch in the woods, he might have an idea, or the tavern owner might have an idea of where somebody would be if that's a problem. Especially because the tavern owner was like, it's never been this bad. That makes me think that there's been an ongoing problem and maybe they know something. That is my logic. But I don't know how my compatriots feel.
I agree. I think that we should go to the tavern and ask the tavern owner more about this. Because, yeah, the tavern owner seemed to know more than the blacksmith. All
Because
the
a black,
blacksmith knows is that his daughter's gone.
yeah, and that's all he cares about. Like, he wants everybody else back too, but like his thing is that his daughter is gone. I think the tavern owner is a little bit more well-rounded in what he's trying to do, I guess, question mark. It's hard to say.
well, the thing is that the tavern owner may not want to talk as much as the blacksmith.
That
Now,
is true.
was it the tavern owner that told us all this, or was it uh The older lady, farmer.
It was like a combination of the two, I think. But he was there. He knows what they told us. Like, I feel like if we go back to him and we say, look, we know that there's a witch. We know that this witch, something is going on in the fields and it has to do with this witch and this house and whatever. Because, like, there we found a thing in one of the houses and it was made out of bones and blood. Like, we I feel like he'd be more willing to help us if we're like, we found these things, we're going to go take care of the problem if you just point us in a direction. I
I
think,
agree.
I think he's motivated. I think he's motivated to fix it because not only he'll get all his customers back, right? Because his tavern is dying. He doesn't have anybody to sell his
He
ale to.
loves dragons.
Yeah.
So you are headed back to the tavern.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, you exit the house, and start making your way back to the tavern. It's maybe about noon. It's a beautiful autumn day. You pass by the storefront and it is indeed closed. You continue on your journey. You hear a light rattling, but nothing so loud as you heard inside that house. And you come to the front door of the tavern. The front door of the tavern is, in fact, busted open. The wood is splintered, and there are remnants of uh, a fight. The various pumpkins and decorations that have been set outside have been smashed, and the door hangs pretty much on its hinges.
Is the tavern owner in the tavern?
Are we going in?
I'm not going first.
I'll go in.
I'll follow.
We are headed back to the tavern. You enter the tavern to find that it is completely empty. Everyone that was there the day previous appears to have left, and the floor is entirely coated in straw.
We just saw him. It happened during the day.
Well, yeah, he was just cleaning, or he was fixing up outside of his shop.
I am going to literally turn around and run out the door and run down the street to the smithy. Like, not
Oh, you're
a little.
sprinting.
I'm
Okay, you're
run.
sprinting. Totally fine.
We can't leave them behind, can we?
I guess we could not. Off to the smith we go.
Okay. You sprint down the street as fast as you can. You make it to the door of the smithy. Smoke is billowing from the building as per usual, and the door is shut.
I will pound on the door with my fist.
Okay, you start pounding on the door, and the smithy opens the door. He says, "What is all this ruckus? I've just seen you not but a few hours ago."
The tavern keeper is gone in the middle of the day.
That's a shame. Have a see anybody else around?
I think the shopkeeper is gone too. The shop is not open.
Well, this is certainly an interesting turn of events for our days, is it not?
We found something.
What did you find?
We found a charm or a ward inside one of the houses. It was made of bones and blood and talked about witches in the woods.
Bones and blood. I suppose that's where my neighbors have gone.
You seem unreasonably calm about this, boyo. What the hell is going on?
Unreasonably calm. Well, I suppose the shock factor of people going missing has really faded over the past few months. Now, this is incredibly concerning, and really begins to signal the end of the town, I'm afraid. But a witch in the woods. We used to have stories about it, but I didn't think they held any truth to it.
I
Did one
think
of us actually say that?
a witch in the woods?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I thought he just brought that up without us
Mm-mm.
saying it. So like I'm very I don't trust this guy anymore. I don't like him. Can I do like a perception thing and a perception roll and ask him if he would know anything about a witch in the woods and like kind of try to tell if like he has a tell on his face or something?
Yeah, you could do that, or you could do a charisma check.
Um I'll do perception, I guess. I don't see charisma.
Monty says hydrate.
Monty says hydrate. Charisma is going to be on your top left, the last box.
Oh, there it is. I'll do a charisma. That's +2. All right, so I'll do a charisma.
Okay.
So I got an 18, and I'm gonna say you wouldn't know anything about a witch in the woods now, would you?
He turns to you and he seems earnest and says, "We have children's tales just like everyone else about witches in the woods to keep the children from wandering away too far. But I haven't heard anything about witches maliciously acting to eliminate a town. Um, I will say we have fewer woods than we did previously, and most of the woods lie beyond the Chappaquiddick's fields, across from the store, which I'm sure you pass by. So if she is indeed in the woods,
What kind of witch tales do you tell your children?
um, I've
Tales usually have a kernel of truth to them.
maybe that's so, but it's the same tales that my grandparents told me when I was a child. I'll tell Paulina if you don't want to wander too far into the woods, especially at night, because the witches will get you and they will eat you.
So, did anyone do anything that would theoretically anger this witch?
Anger? What? You have to excuse me, I'm not a magic user myself. What would anger a witch?
Like, if she's the witch of the woods, did anyone do anything around the woods that would cause her to do something?
Well, the town has grown over the years, and there have been clearings made to accommodate more room for livestock and crops.
And when was your last clearing?
Probably when, well, the Wylands had a new child last year, and their son finally got old enough to start working the fields, and they decided they would clear another part of their land to start a homestead for him for when he gets older. So, this time last year, maybe?
Is that when the disappearances started to pick up?
One person went missing over the winter, but it was an elderly woman when we thought maybe she had gotten lost and passed away from the weather conditions. Nothing so frequent that we would have, we're missing people every single day now, but that was the only one we had for months. And we really did chalk it up to it being a bad winter, and she got caught in a storm.
Would any of the stories say anything about certain sacred ground to her?
I'm afraid not. This is mostly a children's tale.
I think if we are going to go, we need to go soon.
Yes.
There are very few people left. So, whatever those people are going missing for, it's only going to get closer to fruition at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the blacksmith. Do you want to come help save your daughter? Because that is almost certainly where she is.
Roll a persuasion check. In this man's mind, if you guys don't succeed and he dies with you, there is nothing left for his daughter to come back to.
15.
I'm not going to do it.
Nope.
He says, as much as I would love to, I fear that I may be soon the only one left, and if my daughter does come back, there has to be something for her to come back to. But I think I have something that you may be able to use as you take with you. And he sort of rummages around in the drawers around the shops for a few moments, and he comes back to you and he hands you 2 healing potions. Um, Whoever can take them, he will hand them to Mizzy because that's who he was speaking to. He said, I really do wish you the best of luck, and I appreciate you um, making the effort for the town and for my daughter.
Out of character.
Mhm.
I have heals.
Mhm.
So if y'all want them, you can have them.
I put my hand out
Because I've
and
got heals.
reach for a heal. A
I'm a
healing potion.
Healy. All right. I'll give one to the Dragonborn. Give the other one to the Druid.
Perfect. You each have a healing potion. When the time comes, I am happy to explain to you how those work.
When the time comes. Not if,
I
but
don't know.
When.
We'll see. Maybe you'll get
Noted
really
for
lucky. I
that.
don't know. I'm just reflecting on your recent rolls.
Right.
Okay. How are you guys headed?
Go to the wood. Let's go to the wood. Let's do
They
it.
tell the shopkeep to lock up tight, and if you don't hear from us, it's all gone bad.
Yeah. Yeah. I tell the smith if we don't come back, like if he doesn't hear from us in 2 days, he should close up his smithy or no, actually, if he doesn't hear from us by tomorrow, he should close up his smithy and go to the city for help. Like, he cannot just wait it out. Whatever is here will take him. If he does not hear from us by tomorrow, he needs to go get more help.
He agrees and he says, if I do not hear from you by tomorrow, I will travel to Sunwell, which is westwardly of here.
Good luck.
You as well. And you guys, he locks the door tightly behind you, and I assume you guys are headed through the fields towards the woods. Yes?
Yes,
Perfect.
I suppose so. Don't let me be the only yes.
Yeah.
Okay. You are headed, for the first time, fully into the fields, behind these homes that are rattling as you walk away. The ground slowly sinks beneath your feet as the loose soil shakes the crops from it, and you reach the gate of a property line into what you believe is the Chappaquiddick's farm. You see, they've mostly been growing corn for their season. And beyond that, you can see the woods and a glow. Faint, but definitely there, emanating from within.
Emanating from the field?
From
No,
the
the
wood.
woods.
Oh, geez.
Hey.
Oh, spooky.
This is going to be troublesome.
Welcome to the cornfields. How would you like to approach this? You probably have half a mile of cornfield to get through.
Mm. So I'm slowly move forward, but 100% ready to get ambushed.
Keeping an eye out, high class perception check every time, all the time.
Okay.
Perception all the time.
Okay. Does everyone want to roll a perception check? I know you've got good passive perception, but
My passive is 10, but let's see if I could
yeah.
top that.
You and Tim are she's got 19 passive perceptive.
I got an 18.
Okay. Tim, what you got?
Oh boy. A 1.
Okay. Tim ruminating on how he desperately did not want to have to do anything to do with farming or geology as this awful soil sinks into the plates of his armor um, and he rustles through the cornfields. Oh, thank you for the
We've been
raid,
raided.
Ren. Thank you so much. Welcome. My name's Queso Cactus. We're doing Dungeons and Dragons one shot with Flight Team tonight. I do have my sound alerts turned off for the continuity of the game, but I appreciate you bringing your community here, and I hope that you have a lovely post-stream care.
It's okay, Tim. You can just stab stuff. Look, I can't stab things. I notice everything, but I can't stab it.
The other two of you, this corn is swaying slightly in a breeze that you didn't think was there when you first entered the field.
No good. This is no
As
good.
As the corn moves around you, you can see glimpses of scarecrows dressed in farmers' clothing, very similar to what you saw people wearing in the tavern, stationed at different paces around you as you move through these fields.
I, I think that's what happened.
Stay away from the scarecrows. Do not want to get near the scarecrows.
Can I have everyone roll a stealth check for me?
Okay, stealth.
You are doing this to trying your best not to disturb the soil so much that these corn stalks are falling down around you and revealing your location.
12.
That would be an 11.
13.
Oh. Okay. Let me roll a perception check real quick. Okay. I need everyone pauses as the heavy footsteps of this nervous group moving together unsettles the corn around you and it begins to fall away from your location. And as you are moving into further cover, you notice one of the scarecrows move as its arm raises in the breeze and points at you. I need everyone to roll for initiative, please. Initiative is a d20 and is going to determine our order of battle. We start with the highest roller between the players and the enemies and move down the list accordingly.
11.
16.
You got an 11?
Yeah.
I got a 16.
Don't mind me as I write on my initiative tracker.
Alright.
Okay, let's roll for.
What to do, what to do, what to do. What's this plan here? What is the plan here?
My plan is problematic.
That's probably the best plan.
Okay,
But
y'all did not roll the highest initiative.
No.
Oh,
Through the fields,
No, we're doomed.
as this scarecrow locks eyes with you and starts moving closer and closer. He's probably about 50 feet out at this point from where you can see, and is going to use his full movement to come up within 20 feet of you. And he stands there in the wind, floating, you notice. As if, but he's wearing pants as if he might have once had stuffed legs that have since fallen to pieces and been left behind. And he is going to make a rattling noise from deep within as another scarecrow approaches you from behind. Both of these scarecrows are about 20 feet off, okay? And let me go ahead and put them on the board. And that is going to bring us to um, Mizzy and Tim, if you would like to talk amongst yourselves.
So I have a terrible plan.
Okay.
Hold on.
It's more than my plan.
You said it's 20 feet?
Mm-hmm. I have them here already. So you've got a scarecrow here, and you're gonna have a. Oh, it's locked. Don't lock. Do something different. It's not what I wanted. And a scarecrow here.
Okay.
You guys are sort of sandwiched in between.
Okay. I am of the opinion that we need to exit this field with all due haste. So I'm going to make a path for us. I am going to target the scarecrow in front of us. Well, it's actually out from me. Oh, okay. Actually, I have to move forward a little bit. Okay. I'm going to move forward.
Okay.
I am going to move. He's about 20 feet. He's about 20 feet away. I am going to walk forward 10 feet. And I'm going to cast Thunderwave.
This is a favorite spell of mine. Okay. A Thunderwave is an
Great minds
automatic.
think alike.
Um, Thunderwave is going to be an automatic hit. Now, remind me exactly of the range on that?
A wave of thunderous force sweeps out from you. Each creature in a 15-foot cube originating from you must make a Constitution saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage and is not pushed. In addition, unsecured objects that are completely within the area effect are automatically pushed 10 feet away from you by the spell's effect, and the spell emits a thunderous boom, audible out to 300 feet.
Perfect. They're going to love that.
So, Corn Tornado.
Corn Tornado. So as you cast this Thunderwave,
It does 12 damage, by the way.
perfect. I hear you. Okay. They rolled a 4 and a 1, which is not going to pass on that check. So both of these scarecrows are going to take 12 damage. Straw erupts from them as corn falls down around you, ripped from the soil. And they definitely, their limbs that were once filled with straw appear to be deflating, but they are very much still there.
Hmm.
So that's going to bring us to Tim.
Does it push them back though?
It does push them back, as in it pushes the straw from their body back.
But they stay, their posts and everything stay where they are.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, they made their saves.
So your idea is when you say get out of this field.
Forward. To the woods, through the field.
Forward to the more danger.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
What are we gonna do? Retreat? We can't retreat.
No.
I mean, you're a dragon. You could probably burn these things down.
I don't have fire. Or I would.
Him does, shouldn't he?
Oh yeah, you're a dragon. Set them all on fire. Just burn the whole field while we're in it.
So Tim chose green breath weapon, which is poison.
Yeah.
So on your turn, you can move up to 30 feet, attack unarmed or with a sword, or cast a spell. You can also move in conjunction with any of those things.
So I'm like 25 feet from that forward scarecrow.
Mm-hmm.
That reaches 15 feet. So would is poison gonna do anything to straw people? They're straw. Doesn't seem right. Man, I should have went with fire. I guess I will try my luck and I will move forward 10 feet and then use my poison breath to hope that it kills at least the scarecrow in front of me.
I've given Tim advantage.
You're giving Tim advantage. Okay.
This is a stupid idea.
They're gonna try and make their Constitution saving throws, okay?
Okay.
Okay. They failed their Constitution saving throws. But as you breathe poison onto these straw creatures, it coats them, but does not appear to affect them.
Yeah, that's as much as I figured.
Now they're
All right.
poisonous scarecrows.
Oh, great.
See.
Someone have alchemist fire? Anybody got a jar of alchemist fire?
This brings us to next in the turn order. As you have blown down all of this corn and this gritty soil beneath you, it's sort of it's getting everywhere. It's blown everywhere. Sort of a dust storm from this thunder wave. From it emerges a third scarecrow. This scarecrow has seen Agathor and this poison breath attempt and is going to affect him with terrifying glare. Now, what's this mean is a scarecrow targets one creature it can see within 30 feet of it, and if the target can see the scarecrow, which you can, the target must succeed on a DC 11 Wisdom saving throw or be magically frightened until the end of the scarecrow's next turn. A frightened target is paralyzed. So I need you to roll a Wisdom check for me, Tim, and I need it to be higher than 11.
Oh boy. I got a 9.
Okay. Um, so you watch as Agathor locks eyes with a scarecrow that has just emerged from this mess of soil and dust and dead corn and is frozen in place. So startled by what he has been thrown into on this god awful farm that he will be paralyzed until the end of the scarecrow's next turn. So essentially means we're skipping you for the next round of combat.
In my defense, I would like to take this moment to, in my defense, I only have 2 attack spells really, and they both do AoE damage. So really this was only going to go one way for us. So,
I'm switching between two ideas.
whichever one is more ridiculous, aka the one that's going to save us, is probably the right answer.
I'm gonna cast darkness on the two scarecrows near us, so they don't see where we're moving.
Okay. The two scarecrows nearest to you are now blinded. And how long does this last?
It lasts point that will fill. It's for me. I have to concentrate for 10 minutes,
Okay.
and it doesn't say how long. So if I break my concentration, that's it.
Okay. So for now, those first two scarecrow can't see you. This is going to bring us back to the top of the order with those two scarecrow. And they are blind, so they can't do terrifying glare. Um, but they are going to move forward closer to where they believe you to be. So they're coming up on, they're pretty much right next to you now. And because of their blindness, they are unable to attack accurately. So they thrash about for a moment in attempts to hit anything that might be close to them, but are unable to successfully land a hit. Which is going to bring us back to Mizzy and Tim.
All right, hold on here. All right. So I have a thought. How Okay. I want to describe to you what I'd like to do, and you tell me how many actions that's going to take me.
Okay.
I have a candle in my pack.
Okay.
I would like to drop my pack, snatch said candle out of it, light it, and jam it into a scarecrow.
Okay, so grabbing it out of the pack is probably a bonus action, so that's fine. And you can probably stab it into the scarecrow this turn, but not light it. But if Tim wanted to see what you were, well, Tim's paralyzed. Never
Tim's
mind.
paralyzed.
Tim's paralyzed. Okay. It's probably going to take you to the next round to light that.
Can I light it once it's in the scarecrow? Can I light it this turn and then jam it into the scarecrow next turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Either way is fine.
I will do. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move. I would like to move
Okay.
so that I'm not right next to a scarecrow while I'm digging in my bag, so that it doesn't hit me in the face. But yes, I want to move over a little bit, drop the pack, and frantically dig out the candle, and and be ready to light this candle.
Okay.
I light the candle. I'll light it. It's lit, and I'm ready. As soon as my turn comes, I'm gonna shove it into scarecrow.
Okay. Perfect. That's going to bring us to the third scarecrow, which is currently not blinded. And it is going to see what Beanie has done to his companions, and he's going to move and claw at Beanie. Um, Beanie, what's your AC, honey?
12.
Oh goodness. Okay, so that's a 20 to hit, and you are going to take 6 slashing damage.
Oh well. Still have good health.
Um, and with that, it's going to bring us to the top of the lineup again with the two blinded crows. You lose concentration when you take damage.
Okay.
I assume the answer is yes.
Didn't say, but that's what I assume.
I would say injury breaks concentration.
Yeah.
These other two scarecrows are also going to make a move. Uh, they are going to attack the paralyzed Tim. And the one that is standing within like 3 feet of you, Alaria, is going to go for you. What are your respective ACs?
13.
12.
Okay. Okay. So Tim, you are going to take 6 slashing damage, and the other scarecrow rolled a 2, so they're gonna miss you. You were just ducked down enough that when they go to swing, it goes right over your head. Okay, that's you.
I'm going to retaliate by jamming a burning candle into the scarecrow that just tried to hit me.
Perfect. Can you do a dexterity or sleight of hand check for me?
Yeah. I rolled a 2. Somebody want to give me advantage? I can't. I gave away my advantage.
If you
Okay,
have
hold
1,000
on.
channel points, you can give her advantage to roll again.
There you go. I think I just redeemed it. Oh,
Oh,
It might
something
be
went
on
wrong.
cooldown
yeah, it's on
because
cooldown.
because I redeemed it for Tim. But I don't know if
Oh
he used
no,
it.
no, I didn't know I had to.
Tim did
Oh
not.
no, Void Kitten did it.
Aha! Okay, I'll try again. I don't know it's gonna work, but I'll try again. Please, God. Yeah, a 9 that time. I have a +5 in Dex.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yay! Thank God.
Well, your DC check is 7. That'll do it.
Oh, thank God.
Due to your proximity. So you jam this lit candle into the scarecrow, which is going to cause it to start going up in flame. Um, I will roll a Constitution check and see how he does, but yeah, not that well. Not that well on the Constitution check for the straw man.
I heard they don't like
Ah,
fire.
Okay.
ah,
What's
I have an
how
idea.
do I want to roll damage for this? That's easy.
Fire over time?
Could do fire over time.
Falls out of the sky and sets the whole field on fire, and all the other scarecrows burn.
Mhm.
Let's go.
Damn, that would be cool. That would be cool. Okay. Gary seems to recall someone, one of the villagers complaining about someone nearly burning the place to the ground.
That's me.
It,
Okay. Scarecrow's going to take 4 damage at this moment, but will remain on fire until it runs out of fuel. Okay.
Question.
What's that?
hmm,
Am I leaving the candle in the scarecrow, or do I still have the candle?
You told me you jammed it into the scarecrow, but
I
did you
did.
jam it like like a dagger, or did you jam
Oh,
it
and to
like a birthday
stab.
cake?
Yeah. Like a dagger.
Like a dagger? You can keep the candle then if you want.
I want to keep the candle
Okay,
because I got more scarecrows to stab.
perfect. Tim, um,
Yes,
you are no longer paralyzed.
cool. Um, so I guess the only thing I have is the sword. I don't have any fire or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So the I have two scarecrows that ran up to me and slashed me, right? So
Yes,
like
there's
they're
one right
both on
above you,
top of
and
me.
there is one maybe 10 feet from you.
Okay, so there's one really close to me. Um, I guess I will take a slash at the closest one to me with my old long sword.
Okay. Um, Go ahead and roll the hit, which is going to be a d20 plus your hit bonus, which is +6.
So that's a 9.
With your +6?
Yeah, I rolled the 3 and then +6.
Okay, so you're gonna miss. Coming from your
Oh,
as you
great.
get feeling back into your limbs and you go to swing this long sword, you don't quite have a handle on it, and you miss the scarecrow.
Fantastic.
Cool, cool, cool. That brings us back to an individual scarecrow who is going to try and um, paralyze Beanie with terrifying glare. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, Beanie.
Wisdom. What's my? That would be a 9.
Okay, so you are going to be frightened and paralyzed until the end of the next turn.
Okay.
If any of y'all have different dice, I would suggest a swap.
Right? Oh my god.
Okay, that's gonna bring us to Beanie, who's currently paralyzed.
It was going
Um,
so well.
so back to the other two scarecrows. First one's gonna. I don't need it. It's fine. We're gonna roll for burning damage. Okay, Scarecrow's gonna take 6 burning damage from being on fire, and then um, the Scarecrow is pretty wholeheartedly invested in not being on fire anymore. Um, and is going to continue to take passive damage from that. Scarecrow number 2 is gonna come over and try and make a slash at Alaria. Um, take a look at. Okay, it's 9 with a +3 to hit. Just barely misses you. Is not able to land a blow on you as you move around, which brings us to your turn.
Get good, scrub. I will now stab this scarecrow with my candle. Because it's not burning yet.
Okay, can you make a sleight of hand or dex check for me?
I mean, I can make the check, but can I actually make the check? That's the question. 20.
Oh.
You deftly stab flame into the scarecrow, who is immediately going to take 11 damage from this
Burn.
situation. I can do math. There we go. Perfect. And that is going to bring us to Tim.
Okay. So the 2 scarecrows. How many scarecrows are there in total?
3.
There are 3. There are 2 that are currently on fire, and there is one that has been unharmed.
That is near Beanie.
Yes.
Okay. Because I can't really tell. How near Beanie? How near to me is Beanie?
Everybody, including the scarecrows, are about in a 20-foot radius now. You could reach
Um,
anybody.
can I grab? Because Beanie's now paralyzed, and every attack I make ends horribly. Can I run over to Beanie and run him as like 30 feet away from the scarecrow that is frightening him?
You want to pick up Beanie and run him away.
Yeah.
Okay. Movement, fine. Roll a strength check for me. We're gonna do a DC check of 12. If you roll higher than a 12, you can pick up Beanie.
I got a 14.
Perfect. You
This is
pick
what
up
I'm here
Beanie.
for.
Um, and you sprint.
If possible, I'd like to run him behind the mad candle wielding. Uh, what were you, a bard?
I am a bard. I am cackling maniacally every time I set one of these scarecrows on fire.
Yes, I would like to go on the other side of the mad candle wielding bard with Beanie, if possible.
Okay. You made a strength check. picked up Beanie successfully. You probably had to move 10 feet to him. She's not that far away. You know what? Yes, we'll let it happen. You
Okay.
successfully have brought a terrified Genasi over to a candle wielding bard with your mighty paladin strength. Uh,
I am I am now defending the party.
you are the tank. Get ready.
My candle wielding half elf bard self.
The bard is the tank.
I am the tank.
Okay. What are the characters we're working with here? Okay, Beanie is playing Santa Sa- Sa-
Satanta.
Satantha.
The tank.
I keep wanting to say Satan, which is not right. Santantha. Oh, who is a Genasi. And then uh Agathor, who is a Dragonborn paladin. And then Mizzy is playing a Alaria, a elf bard.
I am a half elf bard, yes.
Yes. We've got it. I know things. I know things, okay? Um, okay. So you're all behind Valeria now. Um, that's gonna bring us to the scarecrow that you just left behind in that other area. Who is going to attempt to do terrifying glare on uh Agathor. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, and it needs to be higher than 11.
Wisdom saving throw. Please hold. Do you think that this is the first time I've ever looked at this?
You're doing
Because
great.
it is. um, why don't I see wisdom?
You can just so top left and then 5 over. You can just click on wisdom and it should roll for you.
Yes.
Oh, I missed that. So I got a 16.
Perfect.
Yo.
You are not scared of any scarecrow in this realm.
Not scared of no ghosts besides the last one.
I ain't scared of,
I
well, yeah.
Tim, I will just say that moment where you decided to pick him up and carry him off behind the half elf, that is the moment games are made of. Like
It's true.
that is
That's
a
the spirit
game
of the game.
defining moment right there.
Um,
Good
okay,
stuff.
so you have successfully, Beanie is no longer terrified or paralyzed. You have avoided being terrified or paralyzed, and you have a candle. Um, this brings us to the top of the round with the 2 on fire scarecrows. Let me roll their damage real quick. Oh gosh. The first one is taking 6 damage, and the second one is taking 3 damage. And you can start to see pieces of the clothing that they have, and they're sinking lower to the ground, and they're sort of disintegrating into like pieces of ash. Um, but the one that's closest to you that you just lit on fire last turn is going to make an attempt to claw you. Um, so let's go for it, shall we? Okay, and that's going to be a 21 to hit.
Ugh.
And you are going to take 6 slashing damage.
I was like, I could be unscathed. No, I can't be unscathed.
And it's interesting because as the scarecrow slashes you and leaves these marks across your arm, they sort of almost cauterize himself instantly from him being on fire.
Delightful.
Delightful.
Now it's my turn.
It is your turn.
How okay. Is setting the third scarecrow on fire going to cause me to take an attack of opportunity?
Yes.
Son of a bitch. Okay. Who looks the worst?
The first scarecrow you lit on fire, who is probably 5 feet behind this one that you were currently that just attacked you.
I mean, I really want to set that other scarecrow on fire, but I don't want to take an attack of opportunity. Um, I could do something really ridiculous. Because like, is Thunderwave like a form of wind? Like, is that like a wind thing? Like wind plus fire equals bigger fire?
Oh my god. It does
Can I,
have a seismic effect.
can I have 2 seconds? To just, I
You need a
really have.
second?
I need one
Um,
second, please.
oh gosh. Okay,
Okay.
so here's the thing. You probably could use it to spread the fire. Um, but you don't have meta magic right now, I don't think.
I'm not, no. But I do have another.
My
I have
concern is
another
the two
slot.
people hiding behind you.
Oh, that's true.
As a gentle reminder, that's all.
Oh, what about sound waves? Do
Are
sound
you
waves
asking
cause?
me if Thunderwave is Soundwave?
No, I'm asking you if shatter causes air displacement in a wind formation.
I would say probably yes.
It does it now. Okay. I know what I'm doing for my turn.
Considering it does thunder damage, yeah, probably.
Oh, sounds great. Okay. Uh
Damn it.
so since I'm gonna wait a second for Tim to put his headset back on. So since there's a scarecrow that's like 20 feet away, that the one they just ran away from,
Mm-hmm.
and Shatter is a 10-foot radius sphere.
Mm-hmm.
If I center Shatter between that scarecrow and the one that's like behind the one attacking me, I should hit at least two of them.
Yes.
I don't know if it would hit the third.
It probably won't hit the third, just based on how it's centered, but it would hit the one in the back and the one they just ran away from.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So you're gonna cast Shatter. Which is going to be y'all can definitely hear this ringing noise as she casts this spell. And
It does
let
19 damage.
it does not do much, holy shit. Okay.
Boom.
Okay, so the scarecrow that is behind the one in front of you disintegrates and floats away into ash and straw. Um and
You
then
love
the
to see
second
it.
one is definitely it's got straw sort of flowing out of its garments and it's definitely falling apart but is still standing. Uh and you guys definitely have a little bit of ringing in your ears from this,
Sorry.
but you will live to tell the tale of, well, probably. Tim, what would you like to do?
There's a flaming scarecrow right in front of us.
So, I, I guess I'll take another slash at that scarecrow, because what else is a boy to do?
Okay. Go ahead and roll the hit for me.
11.
That will hit.
Yay!
Now I do an 8 plus 6 for damage.
Mm-hmm.
Right? 7.
Wonderful. And which you were targeting the scarecrow that you ran away from previously, or the flaming one?
No, isn't the flaming one that's very near me?
He's
Okay.
very close.
For 7 damage.
Yes.
Perfect. You successfully chop this scarecrow in a way that it is damn near on the ground now. It is no longer like a looming presence over you, and it is flaming and short and struggling to exist, as it were. This is going to bring us to the scarecrow that you previously ran away from. He's going to close the gap in distance between you and the between itself and the group. Um, and it is going to make a multi attack, two claw attacks on both uh of the gentlemen that previously ran away from him. He's not into it. He wants to hit you. Okay, so that's going to be a 24 to hit Beanie and a 7 to hit Tim. Uh, so Beanie, you are going to take 6 slashing damage. And Tim remains unscathed. But this does bring us to your turn, Beanie.
If I move back and use Thorn Whip on the pumpkin head, on the head of the scarecrow, would I pull it off and it wouldn't be able to see?
That seems very cool. Yes.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you should do that. That seems fine.
I like the idea that it's just like, yeah, that's rad. That's rad enough to work.
We're
Yeah.
getting wild in here. This is wild. And
Okay, and are you attacking the scarecrow that just attacked you or the one that's on fire?
The one that just attacked me.
Okay, roll to hit.
16.
You are going to hit it with incredibly precise accuracy and rip this pumpkin head off the scarecrow. What damage do you do?
D6 plus 2. That'd be an 8.
Incredible. This scarecrow also begins to fall down to the ground. It's still up and looking at you, but is moving at a much slower rate. One might even say it is bloodied. Which is going to bring us back to Flaming Scarecrow. We ready? Gonna make an effort. It's gonna make an effort to
burn?
thwart this bard. And it only rolled a 12 to hit, which is not gonna do it on Ilaria. Ilaria, and the smoke and the mess of that she has created, is able to dodge the attack of this dying scarecrow. And he is now going to take his damage from his burning status. And managed to stay standing, but is slowly disintegrating into ash.
tell you
With
what, I have never in any of my games had an adventurer's pack candle save the day. What?
this does bring us to Ilaria's turn.
All right. I'm not worried about Burning Boy. Where's this other one? It's on the ground.
Yes, it is right next to Tim and Beanie.
I want to set that one on fire because it's on the ground. It's prone, right?
It is prone. It is prone.
Attack
Aren't-
against
aren't-
prone?
Aren't both of them prone? Because I
The f-
chopped the other one?
Yeah, but that one's already on fire.
No,
Ye-
I'm just saying.
Yeah, technically he is prone. He's not gonna be able to move anymore, but he's on fire, which was the main issue for him. But yes, this other scarecrow is prone. Are you going to light him on fire?
Yes.
Okay. Um, we can't get an attack of opportunity on you, so it's just straight up damage. He's gonna take 7 damage. Shit. Absolutely brutal. Um, describe to me how you smash this pumpkin into oblivion.
Ah, I see. Uh, I will jam the candle down like a birthday cake, like a dagger, into this prone scarecrow as I stomp on the pumpkin with my foot and smash it with my foot.
And pumpkin guts go everywhere. Um, and this leaves you with the singular scarecrow. And Tim, it is your turn.
Do you
Ugh,
remember?
gross.
Have you ever seen American History X?
I have not.
There's a very epitome of that movie where Ed Norton puts somebody's mouth on a curb and steps on the back of his head. I would like to adjust that on other said pumpkin.
Okay, we're stomping. It's
We
prone,
are
so fucking go for it, buddy. You can
I'm gonna
just roll
feel.
for damage on an unarmed strike.
I feel really bad if these are like transformed people, but at the same time, they hit me and it hurts, so I'm not happy.
he scratched me.
It scratched me. I'm not cool with that.
What
You
do
know how much I'm gonna drink to forget this?
It's fine.
Wait,
You're fine.
I messed up. I rolled too much. So I did 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 21.
16 damage, Jesus Christ.
Disintegrates into dust.
You curve stomp this pumpkin head with such ferocity and pent up anger over your general confusion about the situation that it just flattens into this awful soil and is swallowed by this incredibly dry soil, to the point where when you remove your foot and pumpkin guts come with it, that is the last you see of it. And you guys have successfully fought off these scarecrows in the cornfield. Congratulations.
We lived.
You lived to tell the tale.
We have killed the minion.
I was worried.
You
I
did
was
great.
genuinely worried.
You did great. Um, do you guys need a moment to heal before you move into the woods?
I probably should.
Yeah, you have a potion. Did you take damage, Tim?
Yeah.
I have healing word, so I can use one of those now.
I also have healing word, but I also have been using my spell slots. So if you want to use healing word, and I'll take the potion,
Yeah.
and that will save me spell slots.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. That's 1d4. Come on, I trust you, set. 4. So I'm healing myself back up to 16.
Perfect.
And then I don't know what the dice are that I roll for the potion.
Oh, you're taking a health potion versus using a spell slot?
Yeah, well,
That's fine. I'm just
I'm just like, I'm conflicted because I only took 6 damage.
okay. Well, a healing
still
potion
have,
is
like,
2d4 plus 2.
Yeah, I still have 15 health. Beanie, if you will give me the health potion,
Yeah.
if I get hit, I'll just chug it since I'm already hurt. But I don't want to take it yet.
Okay.
So we'll do that. And I just won't heal yet.
Okay.
I'm risky.
Before you all make your journey into the woods, we're going to take another quick 2-3 minute break so that our players can stretch their bones, and we will be back to enter the woods.
You're joking. You're joking. Panda. Shut up, Panda. Siren didn't notice, so it's fine. Siren didn't notice, so it's fine. Why does your attack keep missing? That would be why. Think big picture, don't count.
Hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone. I'm a little loud. Pardon me. We are back with to part 3 of this one shot, kind of. We finish off before the break with our adventurers defeating a field full of possessed scarecrows with minor injuries and a lot of property damage. And they are
It's
now
fine. It's
healed
fine.
up as much as they would like to be and are going on a journey into the woods.
Those crops were dead anyway. It's okay.
It's
Don't
totally fine.
don't worry. I can make it rain if it's that bad.
Yeah, it's
You guys have definitely spent quite a bit of time in this field, and you are nearing late afternoon as you make your way slowly, carefully through the cornfield to the edge of the wood, which is where we're gonna put you now. How would you guys like to approach this?
Mm.
I feel like um maybe some sort of a perception check to start to see what the hell's going on in the woods, maybe noticing anything
Sure.
amiss.
Roll me a perception check.
yeah, probably.
Yep. Um
Open prayer.
We're back to good rolls, I guess. It's
That'd
only
be
in
a
combat that I
14.
suck.
I got a 6.
We got a 6 and a 15 and
21.
Oh, there we go.
okay.
Only I suck.
I hear ya. Um, you stand at the edge of these woods and you can feel the pulse of magic. You don't even need to do an arcane check to know that this is a heavily protected and magical wood. It's old and you can feel it. Older than any of you by a long shot. And in a distance, not so far that you can't hear them, but not close enough that you can make out what they're saying, you can hear voices. They don't sound angry. They sound almost ethereal.
Directly in front of us?
Um,
Mm.
Probably directly in front of you, but not that you can see. It's a further off distance.
I say we go slow and quiet. See if we can
Sneakily
sneak up on
towards
it.
the voices.
Maybe we can sneak better this time.
Let me just roll stealth now.
Yep. Let me get those stealth checks.
That'd be a 5.
Okay. Perfect.
22.
10.
Okay. The Dragonborn, having learned from previous mistakes, it is silent as he creeps through these woods. Um, you guys are still making a little bit of noise over your injuries and are having a hard time, some burns, the soreness of a cracked rib. But you managed to make it through uh, without any eyes on you, you think, to a clearing, um, which is sort of foggy. You can't see all the way across the clearing at all.
Can we hear the voices any better now?
You can indeed.
Can we hear what they're saying?
You give me a perception check.
Everybody?
Him specifically.
Ah,
11.
You can tell it's two feminine voices, but you can't hear exactly what they're saying. But they do sound very, very close.
what language are they speaking?
They're speaking common.
But we do not know what they're saying.
You stupid.
Either of my veteran cohorts would like to take over. I do not know what to do.
We can't see them because of the fog.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. I can't do this stupid thing. Hey, hmm. Ooh. That would be incredibly stupid, and I don't want to give us away yet.
I also have a stupid idea.
Does it involve thunderclap?
No, it involves disguising myself as a child.
My other stupid idea was getting close and using charm person.
So I guess I'm gonna try. My dice hate me, so this might be a mistake. I'm gonna try to creep forward just a little bit more so that I can see if I can hear them better.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
Go for it.
Stealth, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 9.
You managed to get a little bit closer. And you can tell for certain that it's a child's voice that you're hearing, mostly.
Perception to see if I can understand it.
Go for it.
25.
Incredible. You hear it crystal clear, the voice of a little girl saying, please, please just let me go home. I don't want anything to do with these woods. I don't want anything to do with you. I just want to see my dad. And I don't know why you've brought me here. And I wish none of this had ever happened. Please just let me go.
I'm guessing the other voice is going to be a firm no.
The other voice you can tell is also as an older woman, a woman older than the child, saying it'll all be over shortly and then you won't ever have to worry about it again.
Beautiful.
I'm debating to do the dumbest thing I've ever thought about doing, but it might work. But knowing my roles, it's very likely it won't work.
I mean, if you've got an idea, because mine are pretty simple, other than disguising myself as a child. So,
Yeah. So then I'll just. But that involves me getting seen.
I mean, we can hide.
Hold on. I have this thing. I don't know if this helps you. Creature you touch. I have protection from evil and good. So until the spell ends, one willing creature you touch is protected against certain types of creatures, aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. Protection grants several benefits. Creatures of those types have a disadvantage of attacks against the target. Target also can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed.
You know what? Let's go with my stupid idea. Let's do that, and I'll run and get seen and use charm person.
All right, so I guess I'm going to cast protection of evil and good on Satanith. Satanith? Satanith?
Satanta,
I don't
I
know.
think is.
That's Satantha.
Mm-hmm.
I want it to be Satan too, but I know it's not, and I can't work around it.
It's a name from a Irish myth.
That's better than where I got my
Okay,
name from.
so what are you doing?
I'm gonna run in, get seen, and use charm person on the older person that I see.
Okay, and you two are hanging back while he does this?
I'm not going up there.
I said I'm doing the dumbest idea possible, but you know what? Let's try it.
Okay.
I'm gonna hang back.
Okay. You see Santanta makes a run into the fog. And from your perception, that's all you can see. You can still hear his footsteps as he runs. You bust out the other side of this fog upon a scene which is a young child, a girl, short, dark haired, a beautiful woman, late 20s, red hair, standing above this child, elaborate robes, and surrounding what appear to be several cauldrons, weapons, unconscious bodies.
This is the dumbest. So I'm gonna. Am I seen yet?
Yes, eyes are on you. You have busted into the middle of this. Both the child and the woman are looking at you.
Charm person on the woman. Let's go.
Okay.
There's a
Um,
wisdom.
a wisdom saving.
Yeah.
What do you need me to roll for that?
It says a save of 10.
A save of 10. All right, let's go for it.
That's my only plan.
Okay, she rolled a 13.
You know what? I attempted.
She, yeah. She turns to you, eyes wide with malice, and says, "How dare you interrupt? How dare? This would all be over so soon if it weren't for the meddling of so many people from this godforsaken town. We're just going to have to show you exactly what we're made of. Can you?
Roll
I need
initiative.
you to, um, I need you to, I need you to pass a wisdom saving check of 10.
That'd be a 7.
Okay. Um, you watch.
Also, I does protection from good and evil do anything with with disadvantage?
What?
Um,
Why
yeah,
would you do it
I
with
think
disadvantage?
I
No.
think
Well,
you missed that case. So, but like, cause I said when he ran in, I think we missed that part kind of. I think that was only me and you that understood that part, Beanie. I have the protection of from good and evil, and I said I was gonna cast it on him, and it's supposed
Mm-hmm.
to give creatures so aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. The protection grants some forbidden creatures of those types have a disadvantage on attack roll against the target.
I did catch that. This is not an attack. Just
okay.
Okay.
give me 1 second. Um,
Also, the target. Wait, the target. Never mind.
you sure?
It just says if the target is already charmed, frightened, or possessed by such a creature, the target has an advantage of any new saving throw against it against the relevant effect.
Yes, that
So
is
I guess
correct.
that matters after what happens.
Um, just give me a minute. It's gonna be fine. You watch and can feel a slight madness creeping in as this beautiful woman melts into a tall green hag, and she brings herself up to her full height and her tattered robes that so match what the scarecrows were wearing, and says to you, "I sure hope you had something better than this in mind." Um, and she pushes the child down towards the other unconscious bodies. And she is going to close the distance between you to come and stand in front of you. Um, the other two party members, you guys can definitely hear this. It is loud.
Oh yeah. I am as soon as like as soon as she's like, I hope you had something better in mind. Like I'm off. Like I'm
Mm-hmm.
going. I'm like booking it.
I do have booking it in or booking it away.
Booking it in. I gotta get this
I
girl. I don't even
I
care. I don't care about anything else. I gotta save this girl.
I did have an idea. I just didn't know when I could do it.
Tell me your idea.
My whole thing was I was just gonna run in and try to just stab the hell out of her.
Pretty paladin-esque, honestly.
She's distracted right now with Beanie, so I'm gonna run in
Well,
and
and uh I will, because I remember, okay, so saying this to you, I will remind you, because of your really good roll, you have a +1 weapon?
Mm-hmm.
You have a +1 weapon,
He does indeed.
which you
also
should absolutely stab her with that +1 weapon.
my dog had a hairball. Um also I have this channel divinity sacred weapon. As an action, you can imbue a weapon with positive energy for 1 minute. The weapon is considered magical, and you add 2 + 2 to attack rolls.
Yep. If you want to do that, that's
Okay.
totally cool.
Yeah, I would like to do that to my sword and then run in and try and stab her.
Okay. And at this, everyone please roll initiative.
Oh no.
That would be a 6.
Perfect. Love to hear it.
14.
22.
Wow. Okay. And the hag rolled a 10. So, Mizzy, upon hearing this frightened child and the threats of an unknown woman, comes charging through the fog, ready to attack. Mizzy,
Where's
what have
where's
you
that
got?
candle?
Missy comes screaming out of Alaria comes screaming out of the fog and looks at this hag and immediately casts vicious mockery. And tells this hag, "You are, without a doubt, one of the most hideous creatures I've ever seen in my entire life. How dare you touch that child, you gross, nasty looking thing."
Thought we were playing D&D, not watching Mean Girls.
It's a cantrip.
It's the same thing. Um,
It is a wisdom DC of 13.
let's do it. Oh, she rolled a 12.
Ha!
So,
She will take 3 damage,
perfect. Perfect.
and she has disadvantage on her next attack roll.
Okay. She looks so startled by your appearance and the insult that she takes a step back from um Santantha and directs her attention to you and said, "How dare you say such a thing to me?" And it's going to bring us to Tim, who is also charging through the fog.
Yes, I'm gonna charge in with my magic imbued weapon, and I'm going to take a slash at her.
Okay, roll to hit.
So I got a 10.
That is not going to hit.
Oh,
Wait, what is your... Okay, you
oh
rolled a
wait,
10, but
plus
what's your
6, so I
bonus?
got 16.
Okay, that will hit.
Okay. And then damage is 7.
I have to get up for like 2 seconds, but keep going.
What? I guess damage would be 10 if I have a +1 weapon and then the +2 from the spell? Yes?
Your +2 from the spell is for your hit roll, I believe. Is it
Oh,
not?
oh.
Let
No,
me
it
check
was
real quick.
+2 damage, I'm pretty sure.
You just...
Hold on.
Add +2 to
You add.
attack rolls.
Oh, to attack. Okay. So it would have been a 14 for the hit. So 8 damage.
8 damage. Okay. So when if you keep Channel Divinity, which will, because it's for a minute and each round is technically like 6 seconds, you will roll a d20 and then you will get to add your +6 to hit and then your +2 from the Channel Divinity for a total of +8 to whatever you roll.
Okay.
But we will take that 8 damage, and she is shocked from the appearance of a second person coming from the fog, but finally has enough about her to make a strike back, and she's going to make a strike back at um, Agathor, and she is going to
She has
cast.
disadvantage on that roll.
She does get disadvantage on this roll. She's going to make an attempt to reach out and grab you. Um, and she says, I bet you're going to taste delicious. And let's do roll with disadvantage. Okay. She rolled an 8. But so startled from the hit that she managed to land on her earlier that she loses balance as she goes to grab your arm and has to right herself, cursing under her breath the whole while. And this brings us to Beanie, who has been bought time by his friends heroically coming through the fog to save him or the child, yet to be seen.
So, is there an area where I could walk around and not hit anyone and use Thunderclap?
I mean, you're in a clearing, and there are some bodies on the ground.
Yeah.
Let
I don't think we're
me.
concerned with them.
I mean, I am. They're the unconscious villagers. I mean, they might be unconscious. We don't know.
They were all dead.
We don't know that they're dead.
Oh.
They might be dead. We don't know.
Or
It's a 5-foot range area, so yeah, I will say that you could get close enough for it just to affect her.
yeah, that's my plan.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, I'm thunderclapping a very thunderclap right in front of her to see if I can push her back.
Okay. Constitution saving throw. What does she got? A 10?
Yeah.
Okay, she rolled a 6, so she fails her con. It's pushed back. And you want to go ahead and roll a d6 for me? See what damage we're taking?
That would be a 1d6, so that's a 3.
Okay.
Wait,
Okay.
1d6 plus 2, so that I always forget the spell attacks. That's 5 then? Correction?
Okay. I believe you. Okay. So she is pushed back from you and closer to the pile of bodies that is on the ground and a little bit further away from the child that she pushed down. And again, you guys have a slight ringing in your ears from the second loud spell that has been cast in less than an hour.
Does tinnitus exist in the world of Dungeons and Dragons?
Does
Sure
now.
does. You
It
guys.
probably gets healed very easily.
Okay. This brings us back to the top of the order, which is Alaria.
Okay. So how far she's pushed back, but she's still standing?
Uh-huh.
How far is she from the kid?
She's probably 15 feet from the kid at this point.
How far am I from the kid?
Maybe 10?
Is the kid on the ground, prone, or is she
Mm-mm.
standing?
Kid is prone. The hag pushed her down.
Is she crying?
Mm-hmm.
Like she's crying and whatever?
She is sobbing silently, like it's racking her whole body.
Okay. All right. So run up to the kid,
Mm-hmm.
get a hold of her, and try to drag her back. Like if she wants to help me, because I'm gonna grab her and I'm gonna say, Pauline, your dad sent me. I've come to save you. Help me. Come with me now.
Roll a quick persuasion check for me.
$16.
He gets up. She said, "Oh, thank God," and latches onto you.
And we retreat. We retreat back from the hag as far as my movement will let me take her.
Okay, it's probably gonna take you 15 feet back from where you were, so a little bit
That's fine.
from where you started.
Yep. And then even if she's latched, because even if she's latched onto me, I can cast. So, or she's on my leg. So whatever.
She's a small kid.
Yep. Dragging her. Dragging her on my leg.
It's due. It would be due to the lack of crops.
Little tiny thing.
Okay.
Not eating enough.
This brings us to Agathor. What have you got for me?
Kid is clear.
The kid is clear. I don't know. It damned me before, but I'm going to, I guess, try. Well, no, my sword has the plus.
Yep.
Yep.
You're still good.
So I guess I'll take another stabby stab at her, slashy slash.
Okay. Roll the hits. It's gonna be whatever you roll plus 8.
So 23.
Chop,
Yes.
chop.
Yes, that will hit. With a satisfying flesh thwacking noise, you lodge your sword into the hip of this hag. Roll for damage.
11 damage.
Nice. Excellent. And you withdraw it with just a sickening noise as she cries out in pain and doubles over at the waist from where you've nearly neatly butchered her.
Radical.
Okay. This brings us to the hag. And she sees what's been done, and she's so doubled over in pain that what she's going to do is cast vicious mockery on Agathor, and she's going to say, "You are the foulest creature that I've ever seen enter these woods, and I cannot believe that they would have let you into this town, let alone with a weapon like that. You should be ashamed of who you
There's a
are in this
tavern named
bloodline."
after me.
There's a well, see, unshakable confidence. But you are going to need to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Okay. 9.
That is not going to do it.
That's not going to do
Ooh.
it.
That is not going to do it. So you are going to take psychic damage, which just means that your brain hurts. Um,
But
and
that's dismissed.
you're doing great. Let me roll for that. You're going to take 2 damage.
Okay.
Who's next? It's Beanie.
Uh, I'm probably close enough to acid arrow her, right?
You were within 5 feet of this thing, yes.
Acid arrow to the face.
Okay. You
That'd be
going
a
to
16.
16
16.
damage? Holy shit.
No, 16 to hit, I
Oh,
think.
16 to hit. Yeah, that'll hit.
Yeah. And 44. 44. I rolled the dice. That'd be 4, a 1, a 4, and a 1. That'd be
10.
10.
10 damage. And
Okay.
next turn, she
You
takes
acid this
2d4
woman
acid damage.
straight in the face. And unlike the scarecrow, she starts the tears running down her face from the effects of the acid. She is at this point going to be knocked prone from the infliction to the face and the injury at her hip. So Mizzy, with your brand new child,
Right?
right? With a mother's
Is she
instinct.
hurt? Like, is she hurt, this kid?
She looks a little banged up, but no life-threatening injuries that you can tell.
Okay.
She looks like a child that's been dragged through the woods.
Yeah, yeah, I'd say so. Uh, hold on a second.
You're fine. Oh,
Oh, oh, okay.
yeah,
That's okay.
that's okay. Everything's
Uh,
fine.
I am waiting for this kid to transform into an even bigger witch.
so this witch is on the ground. Is she on the ground in the middle of a bunch of bodies?
No, the bodies are still off to the side of the clearing.
So would you say that she is lying in a clear 10-foot radius sphere?
Beanie's probably a little bit closer than 10 feet.
Oh, so Beanie's in the radius.
The question is, can Beanie take a hit?
The question is, can I drop it on the ground 5 feet behind her?
What are you trying to drop?
Shatter. Because I have another spell slot for it.
Okay. Range is 60 feet? Yeah, I'll say you can.
Yeah, so I'll drop it 5 feet behind her so that
Okay.
it does not hit Beanie.
Okay.
And that is a con save of, let's see, con save of 13 for half damage.
She rolled a 1.
It's 10 damage.
Okay. And you see as you cast the shatter, her hands fly to her ears as the ringing noise begins. Okay. Oh, we're working through this. Okay. Unfortunately, she is knocked completely prone. Um, Tim, this is your.
It's your crowning moment. Coup de grace her. She's on the ground.
If I'm close enough to her, I would like to take just a heck of a swing down and try to just like behead her.
Oh my God. Yeah, and because she's prone, you can roll with advantage, which means you roll twice and you take the higher number to hit.
Okay. Higher number was 19. So and then plus 8, so 20, 27.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Okay, you
Think
swing
you got
down
her.
mightily on this hag. Um, and as you do so, you manage to sever a leg from her. And
Oh.
can you roll me damage, please?
10.
10 damage. Okay. Yeah, she's bleeding heavily and it is a limb down, but is still she's still conscious. And I mean, she's like there are tears streaming down her face. You guys have just absolutely bullied this hag. Um, but she at this point disappears. With a motion of her hands, the hag is invisible. And
Gary, she started it. I'm just saying.
this brings us to Beanie.
Oh, she also takes 2d4 acid damage next turn, or poison damage.
On this turn, your turn.
No, like on from the acid arrow.
Okay, so go ahead and roll that damage.
That'd be a 1, and that'd be a 2 total.
Okay.
So now, just gonna while I'm waiting, healing word.
Okay. How much are you healing yourself for?
4.
Okay.
And then for my action, I'm just gonna move closer to the group to get out of the way of a random attack.
Okay.
And then I'm done with my turn.
Okay. This will bring us to Valeria.
One moment.
Okay. There is an eerie stillness in this clearing. Um, as if it's holding its breath.
Uh, I am going to take my crossbow
Okay.
and I'm going to fire a crossbow bolt directly into the ground where the hag was laying when it went invisible. Because the hag is missing a leg and I don't think she got up. I think she's still there.
Okay. Roll to hit.
$15.
Won't do it.
Oof.
You managed to land your crossbow bolt into the severed leg of the hag. Close but no cigar. Tim, do you have thoughts?
Not often. So I do have an idea, but it is probably a bad one.
Look, we've had a lot of really good bad ideas. So, what's one more?
So she's invisible right now, yes? So if there was a cloud of smoke around from a smoke bomb of sorts that I may have, we would see her shadow going through the clouds. Yeah? So I would possibly, if I could, do that.
Is that what you want to do?
When you ask, the answer is no.
That's the question. That's the question. If they ask that question. But I mean,
Not what I want.
I'm going to remind you, if this is the magic item that you selected, I'm going to remind you to check vision requirements. Because if it blinds everyone in the party, it won't matter.
Wow. Um. All right. I want to skip that then because I'm pretty sure it just blinds everybody. Now that you mention it.
It'd be fun, but maybe not in your favor.
No, no, that was my thought. Um. Just trying to see if I have anything that works for me right now. I guess for now I am going to just back towards the group with my weapon ready for a surprise attack.
Okay, we're circling up.
Yeah,
This is going to bring us to the witch. Who you do not see. And the turn passes without incident.
fantastic.
Beanie, will you roll for that acid damage?
Yeah. Let me see. No, it's just the next turn and that's it.
Oh, okay. Well, it's your turn anyways, so
Yeah.
have at it, my dude.
So, how low are you on health, Ilaria?
I can heal myself.
Okay. I'm gonna use create water to make it rain like in 30-foot cubes, see if the rain bounces off anything.
Okay. You start a lovely rainfall. Maybe one of the first they've seen in months in this area of the world. And as it does, you see the light pings of raindrops reflecting off the shape of a hag on the ground, but closer to you than you would have thought, slowly pulling herself towards the child. Which is going to bring us to Hilaria.
So that means I can see her now.
You can see her
Kind
outline,
of.
yeah.
Okay. So how far away is she?
15 feet.
How close is everybody to her?
You guys are all standing in about the same area.
We're all about 15 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I am going to, because I'm going to dislodge this child from my leg
Okay.
and be like, wait here. I'll be right back.
Here comes the candle.
And then I'm going to run skirting around so that I'm not right where she can grab me with her arm.
Uh-huh.
Run past her so that I am about 5 feet past her. And then I'm going to thunder wave, rating out from myself. So I will not hit anyone except her.
You got it, boo. Go ahead and I'll roll her constitution saving throw. She failed it. Roll for damage.
Only a 4, sad face.
That's okay. That's okay. She is still dragging herself, but she is loudly cursing you.
Yeah.
Said I can. How dare you take this child from me? You don't know how hard I've worked. Agathor.
Please chop her in half.
I was going to say, I think I'm going to take another chopping blow at another limb or whatever I can hit.
Okay. What limb do you want to aim for?
Um, is she left or right-handed?
Meh.
Like
Yeah.
what hand did she try to grab me with?
May I make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
Chop her head off.
True. I'll go for the head.
Okay, we're gonna go for the head.
I'll
Roll
Avengers
to
Endgame this.
hit.
What?
Roll to hit.
Roll to hit. So 14 plus 8. Keep making me do a lot of math.
That'll hit.
So
That
24.
Yeah.
24.
You
Right?
are going to
No, 20,
successfully
22.
hit. Roll for damage.
13 damage.
You manage to, through the rain, your aim's a little off. You manage to sever her arm at the shoulder blade, but not quite take her head off. She is
Short-sleeved her.
crying on the ground. She is absolutely just losing an immense amount of blood and is barely hanging on. And with her what we think might be her dying breaths, looks up at you and casts vicious mockery and says, "You bull-headed dragonborn. You will never, ever be successful. You should have just done geology." Um, and can you do a wisdom
What a
saving throw
deep
for me?
cut.
What do a what for you?
A wisdom saving throw?
Yeah. 5.
Nope. And this hurts you deeply. You think of your father and you think, this this is a cruel, cruel fate. And you take 3 damage. Which brings us to Beanie.
I'm looking at what I could always Thorn Whip or Thunderclap. Again. Just Thorn Whip her away. Thorn Whip the. Thorn Whip at her head, see if I could pull the neck back.
Okay.
Everybody's just going for the head.
Roll for attack.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Okay, let's see
actually,
if I
yeah. Yeah, go
roll
for
to
it.
hit first. And I miss completely.
What'd you roll?
Just the attack.
Mm-hmm.
1d6, that'd be a 5. That'd be a 5.
What did you roll to hit?
Oh, a 1. That's what I was saying. I missed. Completely.
He's whipping it around in the air above his head. Excited. Thorn whip. It misses. Hilaria.
I am so over this hag. I'm so over this hag. I want to do another thunder wave, but I don't want to thunder wave my dragonborn friend. So, I'm gonna cast vicious mockery,
Okay.
and I am gonna say it's raining, Beanie. I can't candle. I'm gonna cast vicious mockery, and I'm just gonna say, you have terrible planning skills.
Okay. She rolled a 19, so
Oh, she was
she's
immune.
she was
She's very
immune to the.
confident in her planning skills.
She's losing so
Obviously.
much blood she can't hear you.
Ah, yeah.
So, okay, this brings us to Tim.
Um, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna continue hacking her limbs. That seems to be. I'll go for the head again,
Okay.
but if I take anything else, whatever. So I got an 18 for hit and a 9 damage.
Agathor. Why don't you tell me how you killed a hag?
Um, I would like to stay put on her back, right? Kick her to the ground fully, take a slash at her head and say, "My dad would be proud of me."
Hell yeah, he
That's
would
right.
be. That is the attitude we love to see. Proud fathers. And this hag, with a sputter and a moan and a choke on her own blood, dissolves into the earth, into a bloody, muddy puddle on this sacred hallowed ground. And the fog dissipates, the rain stops, and you are left exhausted with a child, surrounded by bodies, in the clearing of a now brighter wood.
Are they dead?
Do a little perception checky check.
Okay.
Is that for all of us or just
Anybody can roll
Mizzy?
for it, sure.
All right,
That's a 24.
Okay.
all right.
You walk over to this pile of bodies, 8 to 12. They're stacked and disassembled in strange ways. You find several small cauldrons, cleaned bones that have been hung to dry, some that have been ground into a very fine powder. You don't think it would hold much at all. A bone meal. And there are wards being strung together through the trees. And you see a man with a sheriff's badge. And you see a weathered old woman and a young man wearing overalls. And they are dead.
So unfortunate.
You were able to collect several wedding rings, sheriff's badge, memorabilia, a couple pieces of gold from the bodies themselves. The bone meal and wards could be taken, but maybe better left where they are. Would you guys like to leave?
Um,
I'm gonna leave, but I want to come back and I'll burn everything.
Okay.
I'm seeing what I can do to maybe, but I can't do anything really to even cause them to like decompose or anything. Oh well, I'll go.
Okay.
They will follow. What are they? They are dead without me, so I will go with them.
You, our powerhouse tank can't go anywhere without him. As you exit this wood, you find that it is a clear midnight. A bright new moon, orange in color, hangs above. You can see the entire galaxy for how dark and crisp and cloudless it is. And the wind was not there. There was no rattling, there was no whispering. As you walk through the field back towards the town, you can't help but notice that the ground feels firmer underfoot, moister. The stalks don't give way when you walk past. You walk through and you enter onto Main Street, in which you find the lights to the store are on, and the tavern has a candle in the window, and the forge is still billowing smoke. Where would you like to go?
Going to the tavern and drinking.
I'm
I
You're off to
taking
go drinking.
I think we should bring the little girl back to her dad first.
Yeah, I'm taking her to her dad.
Okay.
Otter, please.
Cat taking the
You,
mic over here.
as you walk the street up to the forge, Paulina is skipping and yelling out for her father. And as you reach the front door of the forge, you can hear him on the inside. He said, "Is that really you, or is that a trick of the mind?" And he swings open the door to be faced with the three of you, covered in blood and dirt and corn stalks, and his precious little girl. And he picks her up, swings her around, and says, "I am so glad you were finally home." And he turns to you and he says, "Did you have any luck finding anyone else? I can't thank you enough for finding Paulina."
Oh, we found them. They did not come back with us.
And his face falls. He says, "I understand. It may be best that we move on to Sunwell now."
If no one is here, why is the store open?
I saw the lights come on 2 or 3 hours ago.
Hmm. I think I'll investigate.
I'd like to investigate the tavern first. Well, the store's on the way to the tavern, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess we stop at the store first.
Um, you pass by the store, and you can see in the window is a young woman, teens, early 20s, who is packing up some boxes of merchandise.
Who the heck are you? You're not the store owner.
If you want to continue to the tavern, I can ask here.
Oh, yeah. They like me at the tavern. I will go to the tavern.
So yeah, I'll go in and be like, hello?
"Oh, hello. I'm sorry. I'm afraid we're closed."
You are not the proprietor I met yesterday.
"Oh, my mother. You met my mother. She came to me after she closed store yesterday, she's moving to be closer to me and my husband and our children. We live just the next town over. So I'm closing up her shop here for her, so she did not have to travel alone. And she'll open up not 20 miles from here.
And she's with you?
No, she stayed home.
You've seen her today.
Yes, I left this morning. I brought my horse, which there's a horse and a buggy outside of the storefront. And I'm going to pack this up and bring them, bring all the goods back. She didn't want me to travel alone. She said there was something going on here, but I didn't want to leave the store unattended with all the merchandise inside, so I thought it'd be better if we made haste.
So you came here to get her and her merchandise.
She came to me in a hurry last night after she closed the store. She'd never shown interest in moving to be closer to us before, but I guess now that my father's gone and, well, whatever's been going on here, she feels better.
Well, you can let her know that what has been going on here will no longer be going on here. The problem has been remedied.
Oh, and she smiles at you and she says, well, that's wonderful. Who do we have to thank?
My companions and I decided that not one more life should be lost.
Well, we thank you very much, and I will be sure to inform my mother of the good news. Selfishly, I hope she chooses to stay near me, but if she wishes to return, we're happy to set her up.
Thank you.
Of course.
Can I perception check her? Is she earnest?
Yeah, she's earnest. You can perception check her,
Okay.
though.
That's a 26.
She seems wholly and truthfully honest.
Cool. All right. I will make my goodbyes and then I will head towards the tavern.
Okay, tavern folk, what you got?
I'm gonna walk in and see if anybody is in there.
Indeed, behind the bar, cleaning up the remnants of busted wood and blood, is the barkeep, burly and grumpy as ever.
I'm just gonna. What happened here? You have some rough hooligans in here yesterday?
Well, somebody came in here and tried to carry me off. But as you can see, and he sort of flexes his muscles, ain't nobody taking me without my permission. Uh, but it seems, we're missing some patrons, but you guys made it back. Did you find any success?
We've found great success. We
Well,
found a hag in the woods who is now no longer an issue to you and your townsfolk.
this is wonderful news. If I had apple ale, you'd have it on the house. But with any luck, we'll have it next year once again.
And I shall be back to the tavern named after me.
With a tavern named after you, and you all are served as much food and ale as you can handle on the house as the sun rises on a beautifully quiet town. You've done it. Congratulations.
We lived, y'all.
You lived. You lived to tell the tale.
We lived.
Um, Chat, thank you guys so much for watching tonight. I hope you enjoyed. This is the first in a series of one-shots the Flight Team is doing. The next one you can catch on the 22nd of October on Sir Squaren's channel, and you can catch me DMing again on this channel on the 26th with a group of level 7 adventurers. Again, my name's Queso Cactus. You can find me on all social media there, and we're going to do self-promo rounds, starting with Beanie.
I'm King Beanie. You can find me mostly anywhere under King Beanie. I'm trying to think what else to say, but I'll move it on because I don't have any other idea what to say.
That means it's me.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm so tired. Hi, my name is Missy Cat. I am a variety streamer that puts the capital V in variety. I run Persistent Cat Cam, and I'll always have cats on stream. And if you ever want to come and hang out with Cats and Chill Vibes, that's me. I'm doing Halloween games all month. Thank you so much to Queso for being an amazing DM and my compatriots for being amazing players. Thank you very much.
I am Tim. My only real thing is Tim Foolery _ at Twitch. If you would like to, it's Tim Foolery spelt with O's on Twitter. I'm just funny there. I don't post about streaming really. I don't know. I don't know what I'm streaming this week, but next week I'll start streaming my regular days again on Monday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. Please follow me. I stream whatever I can get my hands on.
And that is our crew tonight. Thank you guys so much for joining our adventures, and I hope you join us for the rest of our spooky adventures this month. Good night, all.